Come on, close. And we back. Still got a few things I gotta do, but I think chat should be up now. Save that. Get my channel back up where I can see it. Yeah. Okay. A couple more things I gotta do. Thanks for doing that. You just saved me from doing something I gotta do every time. Whoever just did that. Right on. See, Jason, normally I gotta go to my dashboard in Streamlabs. That's what's my streaming shit. And CloudBot is where that comes from. And I've got to shut CloudBot off. I have to reset the page, refresh the page. I have to turn CloudBot on, refresh the page. I have to turn CloudBot off, reset the page. Then turn it back on and refresh it one last time, then it normally works. For the longest time, it just worked right away, and then all of a sudden I quit working where people couldn't gamble, you couldn't do any of the redeems or any of those special functions. Unless I did that, I had to shut it down and start it back up like twice, or well, 4 times I had to refresh it, then it would work. And you just saved me the trouble. It just showed me that it worked without me doing that. Okay, so the tag words are there. That'll help get some attention to here, but hopefully people looked at my other videos if they come here looking for gig stuff and they see crypto charts. But if they look at my videos, they'll see that I'm out there pumping out anywhere from 4 to 10 hour live stream ride-alongs. Nobody live streams that long on ride-alongs. Nobody that I found. Just me. So far. Like, damn it. A lot of these other guys already got some stuff I wanted to do. They're already doing it. Trying to find something unique that I do that they don't do, and that's me live streaming out there on the road all them hours. Get her done. Get her done. Come on. Yeah, eventually I'm hoping to have all kinds of people logging on that damn ride-along, but it's just this. That's why I want to start another channel, because this one's not getting it. This is just not being found in the damn search algo. He just started. He's only done a couple before. I asked him about that, if he's ever done the live streaming, and he said only a couple. And then somebody asked him the same thing Sunday night. I'd text him about it, I think. Or I talked to him in person about it, doing that live streaming from the car. I think that's when I met him, and I said, man, I totally understand why people out there doing live streams from wherever they're at hardly answer any questions in the chat. You don't see them. It only pops up for a second and it's gone. And then if it keeps scrolling up, like here, I can scroll up pretty far and look at chat. I don't have near that, I guess, that buffer size when I'm out there driving. Plus I don't know where he parked. I have a rough idea of the area he was in, but I didn't see where he had parked. I didn't hear where he said. I just know where he was before he parked. Man, it kept buffering when he was on. In fact, I rebooted my phone and pulled him up on my other phone. It was working better on my other phone, but it was still buffering a little here and there. I don't know where he's moving to, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I just know he is. I'm not sure the area yet, but I'm sure when he starts doing his videos from the new place, I'll be able to figure it out real fast. It won't take me long. Unless it's in North County somewhere, because I don't know shit in North County, because I've always avoided that area. Well, way North County, there's still some really good areas. But the immediate North County is like the urban sprawl, we'll call it's happened, where some of the worst parts of the North City has sprawled north into the county. And that's what's dilapidating those neighborhoods. people getting, I mean, the city, that part of the city is just being ignored by the government, or by the city, by the government, basically, here in the city. They don't give a shit anymore. They're done. Let it burn. This is to the point they're at. And eventually some big developers are going to scoop it up. And there's been parts already that's starting to happen. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I don't have that Go Puff. And I'm not going to be hand washing my freaking car. I don't have a good place to do that. My old driveway, my duplex, was great for that because it was on an incline, so all the water just ran out to the street, down the curb, and the sewer at the end of the street. Oh shit, hang on. I moved something for that video and didn't put it back. There we go. Tickers are back. Well, shit, the poor workers here don't want to work anyway. That's the problem with all the damn restaurants here in the city that I go to, that I always complain about the slacker workers. They don't want to work. They want a paycheck. They don't want to work hard to get it. Not like Joey does up there in Michigan. Hey, that might be pretty nice, man. I mean, that'd be kind of cool to live on a cruise ship. I'm telling you, I almost did it years ago. I'm glad I didn't, because it's a lot different than watching the Love Boat. The real thing is not like being on the Love Boat, like on the TV show. Your cabin you sleep in, and it's not probably, most likely not going to be, you're not going to be the only one in it. And you may be sleeping in a damn bunk bed. You never know. Yeah, I wanted to become a bartender on a cruise ship at one point in time. There are two types of bars I've never worked in, and that's a cruise ship and a hotel. Almost worked in a hotel, I just didn't. Later in the years, I would have probably had no problem with a hotel bar, but early in my bartending career, I didn't want to work in a hotel because you got people coming from all over the place with your drink knowledge. Mixed drink knowledge had to be way up there because different areas have different drinks, and they would come there asking you for that drink, and if they don't know what's in it, there's no way I'm going to, unless, I mean, I've done it a long time and I didn't feel like learning. I mean, I used to know so many mixed drinks that, and I've just lost it because I don't make them anymore. But I mean, just bartending school crams about 400 mixed drinks recipes in your head in 2 weeks. That you pretty much needed to know them all to pass that course. And I did. I did. Well, I actually took an extra week. It's a 2-week course, but I took an extra week practicing my speed. So I wanted to set a record on the speed test. And I didn't. I tied it. All because of Glenlivet's on the rocks. Glenlivet's Scotch rocks. That's what it is. Glenlivet's is Scotch. I'll never forget it because of bartending school. That one drink, it was just Scotch on the rocks. Glenlivet's Scotch on the rocks. Cost me about a minute. I couldn't find it. Didn't know what it was. Had no clue what it was. So it's knowledge of what everything is, what every brand. That's also helps in bartending. Because I didn't know what it was. That was all it was. It took me a minute to make a damn Scotch on the rocks. It took me less than a minute to make a Long Island tea. I think I had that down to like 28 seconds, if not less, on a Long Island tea. I practiced that drink because I knew that drink was going to be on the speed test, the Long Island tea. 3 bottles in one hand, 2 in the other. Boom, tipped them up in the air in the tin. There, you're done. Technically, I don't know what you guys put in a Long Island tea where you are. Most around here, most people don't really make a Long Island tea. It's technically a Texas tea because they put tequila in it. And a traditional Long Island tea does not have tequila. That's a Texas tea. Texas tea has an addition of tequila. Same drink, just has tequila in it. But everybody that makes a drink Long on the Tea here or anywhere I've ever been puts the tequila in it. Wait, what channel? Oh, the War Channel. I haven't been watching any of it. I've been trying to get some updates here and there on what's going on over there. I don't know what to believe, what not to believe. Yeah, some of you guys have been watching Jasmine since it first took off a long time ago. I don't remember who brought it to Matt's attention. Then Matt started talking about it. But Matt didn't bring it up. Somebody brought it up to him. And I don't remember who that was. It was one of the regulars. I can't remember. It might have been Crypto Joe or Crypto Zach, maybe. I don't remember. And I had no clue what it was. And Uma, you guys just brought that to my attention recently. I'm used to... There for a while, I was the guy bringing shit to your guys' attention. Now, you guys bring that to my attention. Like Gala, nobody had heard of Gala before I brought it to the table. Including Secret Fish. He made a bunch of money off of it. Oh, I didn't think Saul was buying anything anymore. Thought he gave it up after he got screwed by Dogecoin. No, when I decided to get back in, I got to have a certain amount, a little bit of money set to the side because I've got I'm sure he is over on Mike's channel. I have no clue. It's been months since I've been on Mike's channel. There's just finally came down to too much drama, man. Too much backstabbing, shit talking, whatever behind the scenes that we can't see through DM. Shit going on. I had to get myself out of that area. I got my own stuff over here to focus on with you guys and gig work and whatever. I had to refocus my shit. I helped this channel out as much as I could when I was there. Spent hella more hours on his channel than he did. He probably still hasn't caught up to me with the amount of hours I spent on his channel. It's his channel. Ape, I don't remember who brought that up. That's been around for a while, though. No, he's got snooty people over there, man. They think their shit don't stink, and man, they give you trouble if you don't think the same way as them. They let you know it. And he made them all mods. Hell, he took my wrench away. I didn't do a damn thing. All I ever did was try to help him over there. I don't care. I was about at the end of my time hanging out there anyway. I learned what I could off of him. I mean, he's very informative there at the beginning, but it's a great place for the noobs to go. They don't know shit about crypto because he goes over to the same Bitcoin shit constantly. I don't need to know about it 13 times a day on one 30-minute freaking stream. I've already went over it myself here on my own screen. I don't need to watch it somewhere else. I mean, I like seeing other guys, other people's input, their thoughts on the same thing. But I mean, I gave him props so many times. I can't believe. I mean, so many times. People ask him the same question over and over, but different people throughout the chat, and he'll keep explaining it every time. I'm like, no, over here I say, hey, back up 4 minutes, you'll see it. I already went through that. I can't just keep explaining the same thing over and over and over, and within the same chat, within the same stream. Yeah, Bulldog's cool too. Matt's cool. Matt popped on my ride-along stream yesterday. That was cool. I haven't seen him. I think that was the first time he'd been on one. He was the first one that ever chatted on mine yesterday. I think that was yesterday. Yesterday or the day before. It was raining. It was yesterday. Because that was when I was at like the old people's home and lady blocked me in and I had to go out the wrong way. Because she was screwing with a wheelchair and wouldn't get out of my way. And the water cooler guy's truck was in my way. With all the 5-gallon jugs of water. Oh, so did I, Jonathan. And man, if you were into Shiba at all, boy, you got a lashing basically over there from them. But they could hate on it all day, but if you say anything good about it, or I don't know, it was irritating the hell out of me. It was like but they were promoting the hate. They were hating on us Shiba people for. I mean, that's one of the reasons I went full-time Shiba over here, mainly to piss some of them off over there. Maybe they won't come over to my stream because I didn't want them here. If you hate it so much, I'm going to go full-time with Shiba, and hopefully I'll never see you on my stream. Yeah, that was fun. The day trading, well, the options trading. It was fun learning that. I know how to do it. I just don't have near the money to invest to do it right to where I can make the big money. I can keep trying to make the little money, but you just end up losing. If you can't afford to do it right, I can't. I mean, yeah, you will get lucky once in a while, but overall, I proved it. You will lose. But luckily, I didn't invest a whole lot. That's why I was trying to try those long shot things where if this happened, I could make a whole lot of money. But that if this happened never really happened. Like I did good on Starbucks like 2 times, 3 times. Cisco I made money on once, real fast, like within an hour on options. Yeah, but the biggest thing I learned, I never got into the Tame the Ark. That's the one where they have multiple people on there all the time. I got on there one night, and the people that were on there, they weren't like in the same room. I don't know where they were throughout the world, but they were arguing with each other. That's our job to argue. You know, the commentators aren't supposed to be arguing with each other. Oh, shit. Yeah, I remember you, man, talking about that sand. Yeah, okay, Jason, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. I'm not going to stick around. I don't need this shit. It's not what I was looking for. I never donated a dime over there. I sent him ice trays for his new house with the silicone to make the big ice cubes, which I got in my freezer, the same one. Yeah, I was still a mod when you had those messages deleted. I remember going and I undeleted them so I could see them. And there was nothing wrong with what you said. Nothing was out of line. But his new mods didn't like what you had to say. It wasn't putting their doge up on a pedestal. It was, I think you were talking nice things about Shiba maybe. And a lot of people made money on Shiba. Yeah, she might. I don't know. I don't care. Let her stalk. Lurker. I don't care. I'm not on here live enough on this to even worry about it. I mean, I don't know if she may be one of those lurkers that pop on and off that never hit like when I'm out there doing ride-alongs. Well, yeah, man, he's drinking, trying to drink, be a liquor, a whiskey connoisseur or something. That night, whatever that, somebody either bought him, gifted him a bottle, or sent him super chatted enough money to go buy a bottle of this whatever whiskey that he drank. It's not, and it wasn't very good. I looked it up, I researched it, and it didn't have great reviews. But that dude loved it. I don't remember who it was, but Mike bought a bottle and he was drinking it right there on the air. But he didn't have the proper ice for something like the way he was drinking it. This is using them shitty little ice cubes out of your freezer. You need a big square one, big cubes, big fat cubes. Yeah, I was trying to be pretty educational for a while, but I wasn't getting the noobs like Mike did over there. Mike just got lucky timing with he did not get into YouTube making a crypto to make a crypto channel. If you look at his old videos, it was about stocks. He was making videos about stocks, and they never really got many views until the crypto part of it, Dogecoin, took off. He had the live stream going right at the right time. That's how he got all those subscribers. It had nothing to do with what he was really trying to do, which was teach people about stocks. Because he'll tell you himself he does not make his money in crypto. He makes his money in options trading, calls and puts. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, they did. I know they did. There's one of them on there. I don't remember her name. She defended it a little bit because she is making money. She didn't like it, but she was making money on it. And all those people were saying it's not a real crypto. And I'm like, it is a real crypto. It's a digital asset. You can buy it and trade it. It's a real crypto. Is it a crypto coin? No, it's a cryptocurrency. It's not classified as a coin. It's a whatever. It's still a cryptocurrency because you can buy it. You can trade it. You can sell it. You can make money off of it. So therefore, it's not. What is it if it's not a crypto? That's what they kept trying to say that over. It's not a crypto. It's not real crypto. Dogecoin is actually a real crypto coin. Blah blah blah. Well, you can buy it and sell it too. Look, Shiba's holding up better than Doge has now. I'm telling you, man, if the whales teamed up and just bought the shit out of Doge, they're there to make money. I don't care if you like it or not like it. I mean, part of this, all this stuff, you can't. They tell you leave your emotions at the door. Don't get emotional over stocks or cryptocurrency if you want to make money. So they need to leave their emotions out of it, their feelings out of it. Pump the shit out of Doge, so all of us that are still lingering here with some Doge left can make our money back. And then they can just all drop it once the bandwagon people, the YOLOs and the other thing, I can't think of the other one, not YOLO. Well, YOLO is what I'm thinking. You only live once. YOLO'd in. That other one, not BOGO. That's buy one get one. But it's going to take the whales to do it. They could drive Doge up in a heartbeat without a problem, especially at these prices. I mean, hell, they were driving it up when it was 3 times this price. There's lots of questions from him. Hey, he's cool, dude. He sent me some donations that I really appreciated. They really helped me out at the time. They weren't small donations either. More than anybody else ever sent me, I can tell you that much. That's part of the game. The whole market needs that. They need that to make the volatility so people can actually buy low, and then they'll pump it back up when the bulls come in, drive it back up. When they're longing it, get it long back up, then you can sell it. You need that volatility to profit in a short period of time. Pretty much any of them. You get a good stable crypto that's not going to ever go anywhere. Like, it's going to be there, not like the price isn't ever going anywhere, but it's part of the system that's going to make it work or whatever. It's going to eventually go higher and higher and higher over a period of time. That's a long-term investment. But for the short term, you need the whales to make it volatile so you can swing trade. I just kind of need them. As much as you want to hate them, we kind of need them. Yes, money does make some people snooty. Yeah, he's giving Mike's channel a whole lot, which drives me. I'm not going to say anything about it. I just know he has a lot. That's how he got. He just showed up there one night. I was actually at work, and Ghost had sent me a message about her. Secret Fish and somebody else donated, made a bunch of big super chats. Mike made them mods, like on the spot. And I'm like, well, who the hell are they? I don't care how much they super chat, man. I don't know if they're good for the channel. That somebody comes on one night for the first time, super chats a bunch of money and making them a mod. I never even asked to be a mod over there in the first place. And I was a mod for a pretty long time over on his channel. Nowhere near as much as he's giving to Mike. And Mike makes damn good money. He's just somebody that really doesn't need that money. His channel makes money off the AdSense to make that survive without a problem. I mean, well, I saw it drop down in Social Blade, but he was up to 10 grand a month he was making off just the AdSense off his channel. Just barely under 10 grand. Then it started dropping when the popularity of Doge was dropping. Not as many people were frequenting his channel, which means the ads weren't getting triggered, so his AdSense dropped down to like 3,000. It's still 3,000 he's making in a month off a channel. And doing his full-time, I mean, he's a full-time trader, options trader. So he's making really good money on that. I mean, sure, he can't win every time, but we all saw that Apple deal when he made like 60 grand in, I don't know, a couple of days. I don't even know how much, to be honest. But he had to spend a lot of money to get those option calls that he made all that money off of. That's what I'm saying. You gotta build up that money, that buying power, trading power, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's like $49.99, $199, $4.99. I'm like, good Lord, I could live off of this. But yeah, I learned trying. I was trying to do it without being demonetized, hoping I'd get the donations. I can't live like that. That's why I had to get back to work doing something until I get a monetized channel and keep doing something. I'm thinking I'm seeing a lot of the gig people that's been doing this for a while with trying to get into YouTube, because that's my angle. I want to make my money gig working and off of YouTube. I've been saying this for a long time though. 2 Christmases ago, before I knew any of you guys. Or no, it was Thanksgiving, like two or three Thanksgivings ago. I can't take a super chat. All I can do is PayPal. Technically, the PayPal, you won't see it really show up here on the chat. You won't get the sticker and all that stuff. But the YouTuber that you donate via PayPal versus super chat, it's better for the YouTuber, because YouTube takes 30% of all those damn super chats. So if you go via Venmo's the best because there's 0 fees. Well, for right now. Zelle, I don't know how that Zelle works. Robert's son had to help us figure it out. Robert's the only one that ever donated to me through Zelle. But it goes straight from his bank account to mine. There's no middleman. But yeah, all super chats, YouTube takes 30% of that. So man, I make $100. They just made what, 30 bucks? I only make 70. Just figure the math on that. For every 100, YouTube gets 30, I get 70. Yeah, Mike knows his shit. I've never said he didn't. I just said what the things I got aggravated with, he let happen. That's the only thing I can say. I was DMing trying to say some shit about some people that apparently he kept letting back in because I was banning them. I don't even remember their names anymore. I totally put it all behind me. I don't care. There's just negative shit I don't need to worry about. Not helping me worrying about them. So H-Bar was One Shot GTs who brought that to the table. Yeah, One Shot. It's been months since H-Bar was, One Shot was talking about H-Bar. I miss One Shot GT too. Hope he's doing well. He loves that golden tee. I was talking about him last night with my buddy Tom, because I was talking about people on these crypto channels, because he's asking how in the hell I was making money on it or whatever. I'm like, well, I didn't even have it monetized, but I had some supporters, some subscribers that would donate. One Shot, and I talked to this one guy, One Shot GT, loves golden tee. That's where he got the name from. He's a good dude. He has a speed shop out there in Long Beach, or I think it's Long Beach Speedway. I'd have to look it up. But I sent him something on Discord not too long ago. He never responded. I just wished him well. Hope he's doing well, because I haven't heard from him, seen him. I did hear he's still popping on Mats, so that's cool. I know he's still out there. I just haven't been on Mats in forever, because I'm usually out working or just getting home from working when Matt's live, or just signing off. Yeah, that's One Shot. They used to donate here a lot. Then I turned him on to Matt's channel. I'm like, well, son of a bitch. So I need to make sure I can do this stuff without having to ever rely on donations to survive in life. That's what I learned basically on my last channel. But you get enough subscribers, you can bank on AdSense as long as you continue to put out content. If you stop putting out content, that can hurt your AdSense. Well, he started doing whatever. I couldn't. He'd say he was going live on Discord. It was somewhere on Twitter or something, and I couldn't figure it out. And I think I was available the other night when he went live, and I couldn't find it. So I don't know what's going on with that. But like I said, I need to pick basically a niche and stick to it. Like I don't want to, like, this is cryptocurrency. Well, I think it's good to pair these two, crypto and gig life, because you're making a lot of people that get into it. If they do it full time, they're going to make more money than they're used to making. So they're going to have extra money to burn, basically. And a lot of people that aren't used to having that extra money are literally just going to burn it. They're going to go buy stupid shit they normally wouldn't buy, spend it on things, basically blow it. Where instead, with crypto, you can take a little bit of that, send it over to Voyager, convert it to USDC, and just leave it there and at least collect 10% on it, interest, because you ain't going to do it in the bank. And makes it kind of hard so you can't just access it and spend it and blow it on shit. Or you can get more involved with crypto and start doing some trading and making some better profits than just your annual 10%. Yeah, that's the thing, Robert, man. Yeah, the donations I learned, you cannot rely on those. Those are not stable. It is not a paycheck. It had me on, and I was like, man, I hope somebody donates something, because I'm about to run out of money. To the point I had to sell I'm glad I sold my Doge, but I didn't want to sell my Doge at that point. I was waiting for it to go. Hell, I just really wanted it to go up a couple more pennies. I would have made like $700-800 more dollars. But I was saying I wanted to do something with YouTube years ago now. Yeah, MetaPlays. That's what I was getting ready to say a minute ago. I need to study the metaverse more, because I had my eye on a bunch of shit, but I don't know anything about it now since everything's been pretty much crashing. I haven't been watching any of it, and I don't know really much about NFTs. I know you know a little bit more about NFTs than I do, Joey. You've been looking into that, but I started to look into them, but I don't get it. So I got to do a lot of research on it, to where I can finally just get my head around it and get it. What's the deal with this NFTs? How am I going to invest in NFTs? Am I buying little pictures? That's what I don't get. I just don't understand it. I could probably create NFTs. Hell, I was technically an artist at one point in time. I had supposedly had a future in it, but it bores the hell out of me drawing. I was really good at it, drawing shit though, with a real pencil, not digitally. I don't know anything about digital drawing, but I could basically look at something. I could take a picture of something and duplicate it on a piece of paper with a pencil. As far as just drawing and coming up with shit out of the air, the draw, I was never good at that. I was good at, like, I was called myself a Xerox because I could Xerox shit. But I had to be looking at it. I couldn't just pick it out of my mind. If I could see it, I could like slap a grid on it, and I could draw each little square of the grid like identical. Hell, I drew in the Porsche 928. I drew. We had to do a close up in some art class I was in like 9th or 10th grade. 1984. I know it was 1984. Unless that's what I changed the date to, because I entered that in something down here and put a different date on it at one point. I don't know where that. I think that went with my duplex. I couldn't take everything that was in the duplex. I ran out of time because I'd sold it and I had to get all my shit out of there. But this Porsche 911, it was a front view of it, like a close-up of it, and I drew it. It was big. It won like art contests out where my parents live. It hung in the boat, the fancy bank there, Boatman's Bank of Troy, which is like Bank of America now or something like that. But back when it was Boatman's, they featured some artwork from students that won some art contests or something. It was up at Boatman's Bank for like a month on display. And it was a black and white pencil. And I mean, it looked like a photograph. That's what everybody was saying. Even the reflection on the light bulbs, the headlights, they couldn't believe I did that with a pencil. It looked like a photograph. Until you got pretty close, you couldn't tell that it was not a photograph. It just looked like a big black and white photograph blew up. But I mean, that's how good I was. I called myself a Xerox. Yeah, I took a picture out of a magazine. That's what I drew it from. Yes, I don't know that NFT shit. I'll look into it eventually, or I won't. I'll just focus on metaverse and not all this other different stuff. Just focus on one area, like the metaverse. I think there's a lot of future in the metaverse. But shit, I can't think of the name of it. I'll know in a second. I'm gonna pop my watch list up, so I have it right here. Hero. That was the one where the Hero thing designed 3D imaging shit for the metaverse. That has future, and it's at 4.5 cents right now. Or no, it's about 4.5 cents. Yeah, I got two things I want to focus on the YouTube channel besides this crypto channel, and that's gig work and catch and cook. I want to go fishing and then cook it at the end of right at the back of my tailgate, right there at the lake or the campground or wherever I'm at where I'm fishing. Oh, I know nothing about that. Actually, that company that I can't think of it, that emails us when they're having a drop. Did you see that email that they're hiring? They need employees. They're hiring. Minted? Yeah, I think it's Minted. I just got an email a couple days ago from them that they're hiring. I don't know if you guys did. I assumed you did. I hadn't looked into it too much. Oh, what? The crows are fighting each other. Drop me a link. I'll pull it up. No, I am on a personal level. I'm going to keep this stream going. Any of my other channels, if I do any live streaming, it's going to be while I'm out there. I'm not going to do a 24/7 stream on them. This crypto channel is only 24/7 stream I'm going to have as far as I know right now. And as far as the catch and cook, I don't think I'll be live streaming those. I think I'm going to actually try and actually film it, basically edit it, and then upload a video like other people do. God, I don't want to do all that though. But I don't have good cameras, but I do have 3 cell phones with decent cameras, and I know people have used worse to get started making YouTube videos. So I can get tripods for $5 a pop now at Five Below. Now that I know that, I paid like $9 or something for the one that I got, but now I found them at Five Below for $5 for the same exact freaking tripod plus tax. But yeah, that's the 2 things I want to focus on new channels. But no, I'm not getting rid of this live stream. Not anytime soon. It's that, man, no, I'm going to branch out from this. Ask Van, DoorDash Delivery is his channel. He used to be Driving Addict. He's got Food Addict. He does a foodie channel. He was telling Pedro when I just started another channel. And Pedro's got another channel. He does those song reviews of music he's never heard before or something like that. I watch some of those sometimes. And I find it hard to believe that some of these people have never heard of whatever that is they're playing. Yeah, Gala. Well, yeah, I had a way of finding stuff there for a minute. I mean, shit, I ate, drank, and slept freaking... ate, drank, and shit crypto for months. That's all I did. Even at work, I was pulling out my phone and any chance I got, checking shit out with crypto, researching it. Yeah, because I wasn't streaming 24/7 for quite a while. I was just popping, streaming for a few hours or an hour or whatever. And then, because I used my computer. I couldn't do anything on my computer when I was streaming, so I couldn't use it 24/7. But now I figured out how to work around that. I just mute the shit once in a while and do what I want. Yeah, that's what I was saying about Mike's channel. He's got all those noobs that are always there. I wasn't getting any of them here. I was getting already the veterans, so to speak, in the world. So, it was weird how he drew all those newbies that knew nothing about crypto. And then everybody that was here, we were all starting to get a little bit seasoned. Can't say we were pros, but we knew a hell of a lot more than a lot of the people that kept popping on Mike's channel, which was kind of refreshing in a way. But then again, it wasn't building my subscriber base very quick either. It's like all the noobs flocked to his and subscribe. Well, he lost a lot of subscribers too, because his channel, it grew fast to where it is. Because I think I was on his channel when he had less than 10K subscribers, and I don't think he's ever broke 60K yet. Which it just kind of stagnated. Is that like what do they call that? Plateaued. But with this gig stuff, there's more and more people getting into it every day. It's not rocket science, man. As long as you get out there and hustle, you're gonna make money. But I'd like to try and do a fully edited video of my day instead of just all the bullshit in between deliveries and stuff while I'm out there live streaming, but do an actual video of whatever. And I still don't know how the hell Pedro does it all from one phone, even down to taking the picture at the door. I don't know how he's recording that all from one phone. But with that iMovie he uses on the iPhone, I got to find a comparable thing for my phone and Android. Yeah, well, some people get in it for a couple of weeks and they're out. Like my friend Regina, I ran into my old friend Regina last night. Crazy gal. She's been in this apartment before. Her son is actually out doing it, but she said he just plays. He just doesn't make much money at it. I'm like, if he's interested in it, I can teach him. I can teach him real fast within less than a week how to get out there and make a lot more money than what he's doing. I guarantee it. Because she said he only makes like $40. It's just play for him. I'm like, well, I do it full time. And you know me. I'm not going to do something full time if I'm not making fucking money on it. And I told her I just made $1,107 last week, plus a $109 tank of gas that I got free. I kind of like them too. I like seeing it out there. Well, like I love watching Pedro drive around because I recognize shit. Like I watch Van's live streams out there in Denver. I don't know. I mean, I recognize McDonald's, stuff like that, but I don't know where the hell they are. But I literally know exactly where Pedro is at almost every time he's out. Now downtown, I can get a little mixed up when he's driving down there. But you guys seen me drive downtown? I get mixed up when I'm driving down there. I don't know shit in downtown. I mean, I know more than you guys, but I live here. But I don't know where all the different one-way streets. Like, I know where a couple main streets are down there, but all this, I hate downtown. Well, that's the biggest thing that needs to be schooled to these new drivers. Don't take that shit, ever. And I think that's one of the problems we're having in every market. And if enough of them never get picked up, the companies, like Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, whatever, they're going to start doing something about that. They're going to have to start making a minimum from the customer or it won't ever get delivered. I mean, yeah, they got the fare, but they've got to they got to set like a minimum tip and that they can't take away. They can always add to, but they can't take away. That's a problem I have with DoorDash too. What you see is almost what you get. There might be a hidden tip or there might not. And like Pedro, when he was live today, talking about that $6.25. You guys just saw me do that yesterday. No tip, no hidden tip. I did $6.25. I did $7.25, $7.50, $7.75. I've done $6.25, $6.50, $6.75. No hidden tip. $11 though at Hooters last night. I got $13 out of it. That was DoorDash. It ended up being 13 instead of 11. But no, I don't want them to take them at all. I don't want anyone to take them. That's like what me and Pedro's been saying it. I'm sure Van's saying it over there in Denver. Anybody that's out there, don't take them. Nobody take them. Let them sit there. Let the customer learn. Let them fix their microwave and cook some ramen. Take the bus, bozo. Better take the bus, bozo. No tip, no trip. That's my favorite line out of any of the YouTubers out there doing the gig work is Van. Better take the bus, bozo. No tip, no trip. Or I don't know if he starts it with no tip, no trip, whatever. That's his catchphrase right there. And he's kind of owning the decline thing, even though we all do decline. I gotta be the king of St. Louis king of declines, though. You guys see how many I declined. And hopefully next time I'm doing it. I noticed I was rewatching a video a little bit today that I did yesterday, and those DoorDash orders is really loud. The notification sound. So I'm hoping I changed that. I can find out. Hold on. I didn't want to do this because it screws with my acceptance rate on there. Main reason I'm worried about this acceptance rate, it supposedly doesn't affect the deliveries that they send to you, but that's the stupid support lady said that's why I'm getting the double decline. I have to hit the 2 decline buttons and then come up with a reason because my acceptance rate's too low. And I'm like, well, how did it get low? It started right after I dropped off a delivery for DoorDash. So my acceptance rate didn't go any lower. It should have went up. And then all of a sudden I got to hit decline twice. I'm gonna turn Dash on. I just want to hear. Sure. 1:30 a.m. I just want to hear one come through. See if it changed. See if you guys recognize it. So when I get in my car and you're hearing this, you know what it is. Yep, there it is. Did you hear it? 575. White Castles, go figure. It looks like, I don't even know which White Castle that is. I was going to say it looks like the one up. Whoa. That one, no, I was looking at the map backwards. That's like the one down by the ball state, the Cardinal Stadium, Busch Stadium, and it's going way up North County, North City. Oh God, you get mugged going up there. I'm gonna turn this back off though. I'm gonna end this dash. Well, no, I'll let one more come through so you can hear it again. Oh, there it is. See if anybody can figure out what that sound is. Rallies going way up. Oh gosh, that Rallies is way up north. Wait, oh, where the hell is that now? Rallies. I don't even know where that Rallies is. Yeah, I'm not taking any of these. I'm in my dash. Done. Close that. I've been all the way down to 2% now, Jonathan. I don't know if it got any lower, but the lowest I've actually seen is 2%. I don't know if I ever made it down to 0%, but I was up to, hang on, let me pull it back up. I just declined to, so that just screwed me right there. No, I turned it off. I thought about turning it on Uber Eats because I don't care about the acceptance right there. It doesn't mess with me. I'm going to look at my ratings. I looked at this earlier. Yeah, I'm at 20%. I think I was at 21% earlier when I looked at this, and I think I just knocked it down to 20%. I could be wrong. It's based on the last 100 delivery opportunities. That's what they base that on. My on time or early, 86%. I'm never late. The only thing that makes me late is the restaurants taking too long to make the damn food. Completion rate's 93%. Average customer rating's 4.97 stars, and 5 stars is your top. So I don't know who's dogging me. Probably that guy that I didn't give a milkshake to last night. And I was live on the air when I figured it out. And I'm pretty sure I showed myself drinking his milkshake. I was a little buzzed. There's that thing like the quadruple frickin' Jameson kicking in. Like 4 shots in 1 cup. And Regina said, you gotta slam it. I'm like, I ain't slamming that damn thing. Are you kidding me? It's like 4 drinks. I usually drink this on the rocks, not out of a plastic 4-ounce souffle cup. What are you talking about, giving old food away? What are you talking about, John, giving old food away? I don't give anybody's food away. Oh, the homeless? No, you can't do that because it's a health department thing, man. It's been in the danger zone too long. And if you don't know what the danger zone is, it's Joey will know what this is. It's I call it 137 degrees to 141 degrees. That's the danger zone. And technically, it's like 40 degrees to 140. Or they may have dropped it to 137. I'm not sure. That it fluctuates like every freaking year. They change the danger zone. That's why I go from 137 to 141 degrees. That's considered the danger zone. If your food's within those temperatures for too long, too much shit can grow in there and you get food poisoning. So, and if it's expired food, same kind of shit applies. But if it's a cooked product that's been sitting out in the danger zone for too long, yeah, you're not supposed to do it. You're supposed to keep it above 140. Like even the hot tables at your grocery store where you can go get your fried chicken and shit, and those cheap mashed potatoes and corn or whatever, They're supposed to flip those pans every 2 hours, and I mean, not like put in new pans. I'm talking flip. Take that shit out. You can't leave the same food. You can't just keep adding hot food to that same pan. You've got to throw that food away every 2 hours is what you're supposed to do. Most grocery stores don't do that. Think about that. But you're supposed to, every 2 hours, pull that food and replace it in a hot steam table. I mean, personally, I could give that to the homeless. Shit, man, they could probably eat all kinds of stuff that we can't eat. I mean, they dumpster dive, dude. We had these organic trash cans for organic waste removal at Shop and Save when I worked there, and all of our produce scraps and old apples that didn't, tomatoes, whatever. We go through the floor displays every morning, and we throw all that shit. I mean, we throw it all in one of these organic trash cans, and then they're rolled out back when they're full, like outside behind the store, and we catch homeless people digging through that shit. I mean, that was produce that we couldn't even sell anymore, and scraps from the watermelons we cut up or whatever. It was all in there, and the man homeless out there digging through that, man, making a buffet for themselves out of old damn near rotten produce. And they can eat that stuff. I can't eat that stuff. It make me sick as a dog. Their body's conditioned to that shit. Us normal people aren't. I mean, if you stick me out in the woods for a long time, I'd eventually get to that way. But I'm gonna shit my brains out for a long time. I'm gonna have a lot of diarrhea. Yeah, like one of the grocery store chains I work for, Schnucks. That's the big one now here in the area, because they pretty much bought out Shop and Save and closed. They bought 19 locations and closed most of them. They ran them as Schnucks for a while and then just closed them down. They used to donate like day-old bread or whatever to the homeless shelters and stuff, and they weren't allowed. The health department came down on them. It's been quite a few years now, but they're not allowed to do anymore. Shop and Save did the same thing. Yeah, the health department said they can't do that anymore. I mean, because they like have it a day or two, and bread will start molding. Some of it does. I've seen hot dog buns last in a walk-in cooler for frickin' months and never ever mold. Wonder Bread brand hot dog buns. I've seen them in a walk-in cooler for months, never molded. Not frozen. It's a cooler. It's a refrigerator. Yeah, my Uber Eats never blows up when I'm sitting in here unless there's a snowstorm outside. Yeah, I wonder how a homeless guy managed to come up with the money for an attorney to sue a big company, unless he had somehow had a hookup, and that guy did pro bono. He didn't get paid unless that homeless guy got paid. Bitcoin's pumping here, like pumping a lot more than Shiba is. Why isn't Shiba following that? Bitcoin may pop up right over 43 here in a minute. Also, 30% on food ordered through these gig apps. 30%. I found out from my buddy Tom last night. That's what if he would start using the gig apps for their restaurant side. The gig apps get 30% of that money from that order. 30%. Now, I don't know what they charge the customer, but his end of it's 30%. That's what he said. They charge them too much and the customer too much. I told him they got 2 kitchens there. They got the carry out, the carry out to go kitchen that they built, and then they've got the regular kitchen for the actual restaurant for the customers that are there. They built a whole nother kitchen for takeout orders. I'm like, man, you've got everything in place. You could develop a ghost kitchen with and hike everything 30% on the price, so you cover your end of it. And everything's already up 30%, so the 30% that Uber would take, or DoorDash, or Grubhub, or whoever, It's already covered. You're still making what you want. You're not losing. That's how you can make it in a ghost kitchen. You already have the kitchen in place to do it. There's people that are starting to do this shit. They don't even have the kitchen. They're just, you know, dreaming this up. He's already got everything that he needs there to make that happen. That's why I told him there's a lot of smaller restaurants here in the city that have only reason they've survived the lockdowns and all this COVID bullshit is because of gig apps. They would have had to close, but they're surviving solely because all the business they've gotten from the gig apps. Well, Shiba also follows those Bitcoin. Most of them, it's the grandpappy, man. Most of them follow that pretty good. Well, it's the business. The like that is Yappy's Deli or whatever. When I went there and talked to that lady, I've only delivered there once or from there once, and it was at Uber Eats, and she said they don't use DoorDash. They don't like DoorDash drivers. They're usually dirty. Or they have shitty cars. They don't regulate the vehicles that they drive. Like Uber's a little more strict on the type of vehicle you can use. Can't just use any piece of shit, I guess. But I guess mine passed because they didn't say anything. I'm still curious. This Asian guy I see out, he drives a little Honda Civic or Toyota Corolla. I don't know, one of those. I think it's Honda Civic. Cool dude. He just only uses DoorDash, and you want to know why? Because he still hasn't been approved through Grubhub or Uber Eats. And I'm like, yeah, they let anybody deliver for DoorDash. I still can't say it enough, man. DoorDash asked me if I had insurance. I checked marked yes, and that was it. They didn't ask for proof. And I think they need to do that. I think they need to ask for proof of it, insurance. That would cut down on all these shithead drivers out there. I mean, man, I'm telling you, we see them out there on the roads, man, out in the restaurants. There are some deadbeats out there running for DoorDash. Exactly. They will let any scrub work for them. And I bet it's all because of that whole part of it's that insurance thing, man. Like I was gonna get a hold of this girl Chelsea I used to work with. They actually made her some kind of low-level manager, gray shirt wearing person out at the AutoZone hub store she's at now. And I told that her boss, that's that district manager that's trying to recruit me back. I said, you keep an eye on her because she does not. Well, wherever she's at now, she doesn't actually have to work with customers. She's in the back. That's a hub store. What that is, they've got a lot bigger warehouse in back than the regular AutoZone. They supply like replenishment orders throughout the week and they got a lot more parts than the regular AutoZones. So a lot of times when you order a part that's there later that day, it came from a hub store. There's no way it came from the warehouse in Memphis. It came from a local hub store. And that's where she works. She works in the back where she doesn't have to deal with customers or the phone ringing. Because she would avoid that. She would look around to see if anybody else was going to answer that phone before she would answer a phone. And she would see a customer heading towards the door outside, and all of a sudden, ghost you. She's gone. She'd disappear. But once we first, and I also told him when she first started, the first 2-3 weeks, so she was a different person. She was grabbing that phone. She was on those customers, but she learned her way around that real quick. But she did a little DoorDash, but she bought a new car, a new Nissan Versa, when I was still working with her. Well, she's not from Missouri. She's from Alaska, but she lived in Vegas before she was up here, and she doesn't know how Missouri laws work. She didn't know she had to pay sales tax. I'm like, you're gonna pay like $2,100 at least on that brand new car, sales tax. I think it's 23. I was close, whatever it was. But I think she could get on with DoorDash without even having, I mean, I don't even know if she has insurance. Chances are she doesn't. Just all she has to have is a valid driver's license. And I'm thinking she's got that, else she couldn't work at the hub store. You got to have a Class E license. I think it's like a chauffeur's license to drive their vehicles. Yeah. Well, yeah, if I only used DoorDash, I would go nuts. You guys see me out there. I can't stand DoorDash. I get so frustrated with that app, and I'm not out there to get stressed, and their app stresses me out. I'm out there to eliminate stress, man. That's why I'm doing this, and I don't have the stress with the Uber Eats that I have with DoorDash at all. But then it's the opposite with Pedro. Pedro has better luck with DoorDash than he does with Uber Eats. It's weird. Yeah, and Grubhub's way more strict. I mean, I got approved right away. My background check on UE got approved right away. I don't even know if I had a background check on DoorDash. And Grubhub took like 2-3 days, I think. I mean, UE was pretty, Uber Eats was pretty quick. Every time I say UE out loud, I think of Union Electric, so I got to actually say Uber Eats. Oh, I've heard that. Well, that's the lady at that restaurant, Yappy Deli, I don't know what the hell it's called. I think it's like Yappies. I just call it Yappies. She said the Uber Eats drivers are much more professional. And I know the weed I smell on some of these drivers, those DoorDash scrubs. You know, I don't like the smell of that. I smell it. I mean, it can just be a hint, and I'm going to smell it. You can't be out there getting high. Well, my buddy in Vegas, Jeff, he loves it because he can go out there, smoke weed all day, and deliver food on a scooter in Vegas and make $1,000 a week. And it's funny because I know he's making bank in Vegas, and I see all those people shit talking, doing gig work in Vegas, saying they don't make shit. It's not good. And my buddy Jeff's down there doing it right now. But he started it up here. He started doing it up here and figured out, hey, and he moved his freaking family to Vegas to do it. That's the job he went down there to do. That's what he was doing here, and that's what actually got me looking into it, because he was talking about it, how quick he made this cash or whatever doing this DoorDash shit. But he's just DoorDash. He doesn't even, I don't even know if he has the Uber Eats app. Well, these fast food places, man, I can't get to know anyone because next week it'll be a whole new crew because they flipped through that so quick. But that one main McDonald's you see me going to, that's the one by the Noodles and Company over on Hampton I go to. I do see some of the same ladies in there. Like the one other night, I'm like, what? They never give you a day off? You're always here when I come through here. And I don't see her every time. I'm just trying to make her feel good about, I don't know, maybe. That is that stuck at 42,964? I think all these are stuck. I don't see any of these tickers moving. Oh, I work DoorDash the same way I work Uber Eats. I'm going to be professional no matter what I do, or at least try. I may talk like I do in the vehicle, but I'm not like that when I'm in the restaurant or dropping off the food. I do what's called putting your game face on. I'm telling you, that new McDonald's hack though on the drive-thru, that's gold, man. That is going to be a game changer right there. Because I've not accepted a lot of good McDonald's orders just because that long ass line. But now that I'd figured out a way I can skip around the bulk of it, that tail, that speaker tail we'll call it, because it's that long line of cars up to the speaker, because they'll pause taking orders inside so they can get caught up. And every time I've done it now, the food's ready. Yet I go inside to pick up an order. The food's never ready. I don't understand that. How can it be ready if I go through a drive-thru and it's not ready if I go inside? In fact, I've even said it many times. It's like they put you on the back burner over to the side. It takes you longer inside. I mean, last time I went inside of McDonald's, it took over 20 minutes to get my food. Well, that's how you think I learned how to do that trick. I watched another driver do it. Well, actually, no, I didn't see him do it. Because I was watching TikTok videos waiting at that speaker. I didn't even see him sneak up there until she finally addressed me, and I said, yeah, these are the last 3 digits. And I pull up, and I'm like, wait, that wasn't the car ahead of me. What the hell? And I saw him holding his phone up there, and it was a fucking dasher, the DoorDash driver. But that's why I was saying I think it might be better to wait through the drive-thru line because they have to make your food. But there's still a lot of drive-thru. When I wait through that line, it's crazy. I wait through that line and get up to that window and my food's still not ready. Oh, that drives me nuts. But I still have to wait there like another 5 minutes after I just waited through the however long I was in that line. Oh, God, that's aggravating. But now that I know my hack, I'm going to try it with Slim Chickens when I get a chance. Because when I was there the other night, I wanted to, but I couldn't sneak in there. If I had a little Honda or something, I could have fit in there, but not with my big ass truck. I would have really pissed off the people behind me. Oh, and that one when I did it at the McDonald's up the street from me here, I really couldn't believe the food was ready with that one when I pulled up because they're so much. They're so slow. They're a bunch of slackers. But that's different area over here than over at that one on Hampton. I was like, man, I hope I don't get shot for just doing this. But I was like, I'm going to do it. Yeah, I pass up all kinds of orders from that McDonald's because of that. It's that McDonald's that are really good orders. But yeah, there's some places I go to. Once you're there, they're like, all right, we're gonna, put this on the fast lane here, get it as quick as possible. But sometimes I just can't believe it's not ready because where I was when I accepted an order, by the time I got there, and it's still not ready. I've already been driving more than 7 minutes to get there. That's Jet's Pizza right there, and that Jet's Pizza that one night made me wait over 50 minutes. Man, I was pissed. I should have canceled it, but I was talking to a couple other drivers in there who was also waiting. Well, I've also seen some other DoorDash drivers, and they told me how long they've been out and where they're at money-wise. I'm like, wow, man, you need to drive for Uber Eats. They're just not making that much money compared to what I'm pulling in, primarily doing Uber Eats with some DoorDash. Well, actually, I did 10 DoorDash yesterday and only 8 Uber Eats, and I made it like right at 85 on both of them. Or I think I made more on Uber. I can't remember. Let me see something. It's 185. Hold on. I got a text message. Oh yeah. Because I turned on Uber or DoorDash, now I got text messages. I don't feel like going back to the apps figuring out the math. Yeah, I did it. I think I did 85. Yeah, it was like 85 on DoorDash, and it was a little more than that on Uber Eats, and I took 2 less deliveries. But that's how it always works. I always average more per delivery. It came out to like $10.24 or 49 cents or something average for all my deliveries yesterday. So I'm still averaging over that $10 when it's all said and done at the end of the day, which is right where I want to be. Preferably, I want to get that up to like $12 or $13 on an average. But with taking some of these DoorDash, you can't do it. Well, best thing is always being positive. You always got to be positive when you go in there. Smile, say, good afternoon, sunshine. How you doing? Good evening, sunshine. But I don't know. Say whatever works for you. I do that a lot. I call them all the girls sunshine. I actually used to know a girl named Sunshine. Believe it or not, she was crazy. I think I hooked up with her one night. No, I know I did, but we hated each other. I don't know how that happened. It was my friend Tammy's friend. And me and Sunshine did not. Her actual real name was Danielle. I found that out at some point. But she went by the name Sunshine, and we hated each other. But I'm almost certain we hooked up one night. No, I know we did. Still don't know how. I'm telling you, we hated each other. Her and I did not get along. And that alcohol, it's a hell of a drug. No, I do know that the girls at that Ari's Greek restaurant I go to, they love me up there. They recognize me. I don't know if they're like that with other drivers. I'm telling you, Greek women have a thing for me. They always have, and I don't understand that. They must think I'm Greek. I'm pretty sure I'm not. No way, no shape. There's some pretty ugly Greek women out there, too. That's had a thing for me. Oh, yeah, this Greek restaurant you would. They're all kind of thick. The ones with the accents are. The ones that... That's what's funny to me. I kind of laughed to myself about it. There's a couple other girls who work up there every once in a while. I don't see them as often. They're younger, too. But they have zero accent, so they... Maybe grandkids, I don't know. Yeah, like that Hooters downtown, man. You'd love it in there if you like that. Like I said, they look like a bunch of truckers' wives. And then the Hooters I went in last night, there was a bartender, I think one other girl working in there. That place was dead. That Hooters used to pack it pretty much every day, every night. Yeah, and out where I was, where that Blarney Stone was, and all that stretch of road I drove all the way out, taking that Hooters orders out to deliver. There's a lot of restaurants along that road, and I don't know what's still out there, anything new. I don't know, because there's a lot of people that live out there, and they're like all middle class, upper middle class. I mean, homes aren't cheap out there. I mean, they're cheap compared to, we'll say, the Clayton area or Ladue or Frontenac here in St. Louis. But then again, right where I dropped that order off, if I would have followed that main road back, there are some really big, expensive $1 million+ homes back there. And there's part of it that a lot of homes way back there, they're actually up on bluffs that overlook the Mississippi River. So any house that is on one of those locations where their yard basically overlooks the Mississippi, those cost even more because you got that Mississippi Valley view. Twin Peaks. Most of those girls and all them bars think they're hot or not, but you got to remember my mentality is I've worked side by side with them for years. I've hired a lot of them, so I've got a different mentality when it comes to them. They just don't. Yeah, they don't. It's good. It's because I worked with them for so long. Same kind of girls, just a different era. Probably one of the reasons I picked them up so easy back in the day, because I just didn't give a shit. Had no problems. I'd be like, I fired girls hotter than you. You ain't nothing. Yeah, that was also something I would do. Somebody put in a 2 weeks notice, and I'd say, all right, you can go now. You're done. But I put in my 2 weeks notice. I'm like, that's fine. I'll let anybody that ever calls me know that. But I don't need you working here next 2 weeks. But I'm like, nope, see it. There's a door. Don't let it hit you in the ass. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. See, when you have somebody in a position, like a bartender position, they put in their 2 weeks notice. That's cool. They gave you proper time, but over the next 2 weeks, they're gonna be giving away the house. It's better to part ways right then and there. Get out. You can come hang out, but you're not working here. Not giving away the house on my watch. I know personally, too, because I've done it. Yeah, when I knew I was quitting a place, yeah, you start pouring a lot heavier. Make those last big tips before you're on to your next adventure. And in the bar world, that's something kind of you got to do is bounce around and work at other bars. You have to cut that relationship and move on. Fun for experience, plus just to keep moving. And you have a bartender that's worked for you for more than 2 years. Most likely that bartender is stealing. Something's keeping that bartender there. It's not your personality. They're stealing almost every time. That bartender's stealing some way or another. And then you get this how did I had a chef say that? The thieving bastard wait staff. Always stealing food from the kitchen. That's another thing in that industry. I always feel that all the people need to have time to sit down and eat some free food instead of just munching on God knows everything in the walk-in or in the kitchen. Feed them so they're not hungry, and it'll cost you less in the long run. That's all right. I replace them with somebody else who'll do the same thing. That's how I did it. They ain't nobody. Those bartenders are a dime a dozen. That's why I'd hire 5 or 15 bartenders to come to whittle it down to 1 or 2 good bartenders worth keeping. I'd fire them all over the next 2 weeks. And they all knew it. It was a trial period. You shine or you're gone. And I only needed 1 or 2 bartenders, but I hired 15. I mean, that's what I said we needed to do at AutoZone, but we can't do that there. Because we had so many shitty employees coming in, and when we train them, and then they're gone in 3 days. Waste all that time training a noob, and they're gone. I'm like, I wish we could just do like I used to do, hire 15 people for one position. And you either gotta, shine or you're gone. Yeah, and it's so easy to find somebody that'll keep them regulars in there to keep the lights on. And you'd be surprised how unloyal those regulars are when you replace them with someone else that looks pretty hot too. They stay right there. They keep those seats warm. You don't lose many customers. Granted, some girls do have a following, but you replace a hot girl with a hot girl, especially some of those daytime bartenders, they're a shit show, man. That's been doing it for a while. I don't care if they're still hot or not. You replace it with somebody fresh that's not such a shit show that looks just as good. Your customers are more apt to stick with that new person too. They may follow that old girl somewhere else once in a while, but they're. You just got to show in that industry. You got to show the customers they matter. Because they are really what matters. They're what pays your bills. You got to keep them there. You got to make that their hangout. Like it doesn't matter who's working. They're going to be coming there every day. That's what you got to do. That's the trick in that business. And then the night crowd. That's tough. I mean, you want your regulars at night too, but you gotta turn it up a little bit because. Most time, the nightlife should do a little better than the daytime. Most days of the week, there are like Mondays and Tuesdays can be really slow at night, but you can rock it in the daytime on some of those Monday and Tuesday shifts to make up for that. Well, there's also another way, you make your drinks priced as a double. Your drink price is a double. You just gotta pricing's it's a tricky thing. You know your bartenders are gonna over pour. I don't like pour spouts. I don't like regulating the spouts. I don't like the ones that stop. I like free pouring. In any place that I work, I try and switch to that. I've had bar owners want me to use the stoppers, and I literally would break the freaking ball bearing mechanism out of them and slap the pour spout back on there, and now it's a free pour. Those they've got ball bearings in there that'll click. You can set them. You can get them for 1 ounce, 2 ounce, 3 ounce, whatever. Well, they get gummed up. Even if you soak them, especially if you're putting them on a schnapps bottle, it's thicker, pour slower. They don't work accurate. I hate those stopping pours. Learn how to pour. That's the biggest thing. Teach your bartenders how to properly pour, and teach them how to pour a double, because that's what I'm going to price the drinks at, basically. Because I like a stiff drink. I don't want to get a frickin' rum and Coke and just taste Coke. I want to taste the rum. There will be people out there that will tell you that mixed drinks are made so you don't taste the liquor. I'm like, I don't care. That's a foo-foo drink. Go to Applebee's. Get those foo-foo drinks all you want. I don't want a frickin' strawberry daiquiri. I want a frickin' Jameson on the rocks. Yeah, there's one bar. I get a Jameson on the rocks, and they literally would get a 1 ounce shot glass. I mean, it was a little plastic cup. That's what they poured. That's what they measured with. And they would spill a 1/4 ounce just trying to get it into my damn cup, because an ounce was literally to the very top of that little plastic shot cup that they measured with. And they dumped that on my ice, and I'm like, my God, my straw can't even get any out of this. It's just all stuck on the ice cubes. I'm like, no, you gotta pour me a drink. Needless to say, I never frequented that bar very often. And the girls there dressed in underwear. To me, it's more about the service and the drink service and drink service. Make me a good drink, and notice when I need another one without me having to hunt you down or stand at the bar for 15 minutes waiting for a refill. I've always tipped service. I don't give a shit what you look like. The best is when you get good-looking bartenders that also do the that have that good service. There's a lot less of them out there, but there are a lot of them out there. This gal Lisa, I don't know. I'll just say Lisa because her last name changed a couple times. One of the best bartenders I've ever had. I almost got to work with her one time. I almost got her to come work for me, but the deal fell through. At the restaurant, the guy that was buying this restaurant, it had 6 bars in it. It was part of nightclub, daytimes. It was a big restaurant. It was out in a big business park here in St. Louis, and wanted me to oversee all the bars, staff them, whatever. I wasn't going to be behind the bars slinging the drinks. There were 6 bars in this place. 2 of them were outside, so I had to staff it with everybody. And she was the first one I went to. And I said, it's nothing set in stone yet. We're still waiting. I don't know if the deal's going to go through, but if it does, I want you to come work for me. And she was willing. But that girl, hell, I ran a bar next to the one she worked at. I'd just go over there to buy quarters. I needed some ones or quarters or whatever. Before I even got to the bar, I had a Mick Light and a shot of Jaeger sitting there. I'm like, I'm just here to get change. But now I got to drink a beer and shoot a shot. But no, she was awesome. She was very attentive. I mean, she was on top of her game all the time. She was back in the 90s, man. She made one of the most money-making bartenders in St. Louis. I mean, she drove a white Corvette, multiple, because she kept upgrading. I mean, she only drive it for a couple of years and buy a new white. She loved white Corvettes. But one of the only bartenders I knew that could afford to buy Corvettes every 2 or 3 years. I mean, she was making over 50 grand back in the mid-90s bartending. That was killer money back then, bartending. Yeah, you gotta know your regulars. Oh man, mine loved me. Even this bar I was at back in the 90s, I actually ran it for a while. Well, my first run, I was just a bartender, and then it caught on fire and it was closed for a year. Well, I got back in there working after it reopened, and a lot of the regular customers, of course, came back. It was a corner bar. Was blown away. I still remembered what they drank from a year ago. Now, there were some that would change it up all the time, so I could, because a lot of times I'd see them round the corner, because he parked out back and come in the back door. We had a front door, but everybody came in the back door. That's where the parking lot was. But I'd see them round the corner. By the time they got in, I already had their drink sitting there, except for those ones that always switched it up. Like one day he'd have a draft, one day he'd have a bourbon and 7, next day he'd have a Captain and Coke. I never knew what the hell. There were several people like that. Those people, I never knew what to get them. But a majority of your regulars drank the exact same thing there every single day or night, whenever they came there. And I remembered everything. I'd remember your drink long before I remembered your name. And working wedding receptions, I blew people away, because after you came to me twice, if you got the same thing twice, I remembered your face with the drink. And I'd already see them walking up the bar. I'd already have it ready. That's I could bang customers out so quick at a banquet bar that had like 400 guests. Like I had a boss at the first time I worked for the Bevo Mill that came. We had the ceremony, the wedding ceremony, and the reception in the same building, on the same floor. But we had on the lower floor we had like an octagon-shaped bar, and after the ceremony, our server staff had to go flip that hall upstairs to turn it into the banquet hall. So I had like the whole freaking guest list there right as the wedding reception opened, basically. So I had a line. I don't know how far it went. They told me it went out the front door, because it went up the stairs, then back and through the entry, the whole foyer area, and then out the door to my bar downstairs. And my boss Dave said he came down, and I remembered seeing him on the steps looking over at the bar. Said he ain't never seen anything like that in his life. He's like, I don't even know how you did what you did, because it was a round bar. It was an octagon-shaped bar. I had people all around the thing, and nobody was waiting more than like a minute or two for their drink. He's like, man, you look like a freaking octopus back there. I was like, I didn't even see you asking people what they wanted, and all of a sudden they had a drink in front of them. I'm like, no, they were telling me. My head was down. I'm hearing it. My ears are up. My head was down. My ears were up. And I would throw a nod that I heard them, but I didn't have time to chit chat. I was slammed. I had like fucking 200 people in my bar line, and then the whole bar was surrounded like 6 deep. And I didn't even have a bar back. He's like, man, you were the man. I've never seen anything like that. I'm like, well, when you guys hired me, I said I could work. I'm pretty good behind a bar. You guys quizzed me with drink recipes. That's one of the first places. That's the only place I think they'd ever asked me how to make certain drinks. And it was servers for the restaurant that were asking me. I mean, they knew what the popular drinks were. They're like, well, what goes in a vodka tonic? I'm like, are you kidding me? You just told me. It's a vodka with tonic. Throw a lime in it, unless they ask for a lemon. But vodka tonic gets a lime. And they're just asking, well, what's a rum and coke? Well, it's rum and coke, duh. Ask me something hard. Old-fashioned, whatever. I know. They finally started getting tricky. But they didn't, I mean, my drink knowledge was on point back then. and I didn't miss a beat. They couldn't stump me. Not one drink they threw at me I didn't know how to make. I'd hang with the regs to help out, because the bar was 5 people deep. Yeah, that's all. That wedding reception I was just talking about, man, I was 6 deep all the way around it. One person, no help. Once I got that initial shock wave, I always called it the shock wave at a wedding reception. That's right when everybody shows up there at the same time, all coming up to one bar, wanting drinks. But no, that's what blew their minds, though, them guests at those wedding receptions, because they weren't my regular. How the hell I know what they drink already? I'm like, well, you've been up there twice. You ordered the same thing twice. As long as I see you order the same thing twice, I'm pretty sure you're going to be drinking that same drink all night. They're like, there's like 300 people in there. I'm like, yeah, that's all right. That's nothing. And then I do it at the next reception. over and over and over. Yeah, my biggest complaint at that place was glassware. I finally got him to let me use a bar back. I trained a bar back. It was my buddy Mike, and then I also trained him how to bartend. And I had to take a break. I come back and I saw drink walking away. It kind of had a pink look to it. I don't remember. He made some kind of martini. And I'm like, why is it pink? He's like, oh, I put the vermouth in it. I'm like, oh, did you fucking put sweet vermouth in it? It's like, is there a difference? I'm like, oh, God. Good Lord, Mike. Yeah, he made a martini with sweet vermouth. The customer didn't say anything. The guest didn't say anything. It was a wedding reception. Yeah, that same guy's the one that I went and took a smoke break. Then I come back to let him have a smoke break, and I noticed there was a scratcher in the tip jar, so I pull it out and I scratch it, and it's like a $10,000 winner. And I'm like, holy shit. I don't know what guest puts this in here. I'm like, holy shit, we just won 10 grand. I'm like, oh man, I got to split half this with Mike. That was the first. It hit me because that's how honest I am. Even as I was training him, even though I was the one with the knowledge, you're putting in the same work as me. I'm going to split 50-50 with you. And I'm like, son of a bitch, I'm going to have to split this with Mike. And then I started reading the back of it, and it was like, it was novelty. It wasn't real. I thought like the address was all fucked up, man. I'm like, who the motherfucker? Who did this? I was getting all hyped up. I'm like, shit, we just got a $10,000 tip. And then I find out it was Mike, my coworker, the guy I was working with that I was training. He put it in there. I'm like, dude, you had me, though. You had me. And then I told him, and then I was like, fuck, I got to split half this with Mike. Damn, but still $5,000's good. And then I flipped it over, and it hit me. I'm like, oh, this isn't real. And then to find out he did it, I was like, you fucker. He got me good. Well, up here, 6 bars in one place. That's pretty rare. There's usually not that many bars in an establishment like this. Casey's Rock Cafe I worked at when it opened back in '93. We only had 2 bars. We had the main bar and the service bar. The service bar only made drinks for the restaurant. The main bar made drinks for the bar and the cocktail tables up in that main bar area, and that was it. And sometimes I did better as a service bartender there because all the servers had to tip you out. Like 10% of their mixed drinks, they had to tip you. In the POS system, this is the early days of POS systems too. It tracked all their alcoholic beverages and shit that you made. So it told them exactly how much they had to tip you out. It was no guesstimation, it didn't matter about their tips. It mattered how many drinks I made for them. So if they had a shitty night because of their shitty attitude, and I made them all these drinks, they still had to tip me that 10% of the drinks I made. So that was really cool. That was the only place I ever worked at that did it like that. That was really cool. And the POS system kept track of it all, so they couldn't hide it. Like that strip club I worked at, those dancers had to tip me out. So did the cocktail servers, and I didn't work at an upscale strip club, let me tell you. And this one girl, the best I can describe her, she looked like Sandra Bernhardt. She had a pissy attitude all the time, and I literally had to chase her out to her car in the parking lot to tip me out. She's like, well, I didn't do any good. I don't give a shit. Get a better attitude. Maybe you will. You piss off all the people that come up to your stage. They don't want to give you any money. But she still had to tip me out, and I had to take Kiki, Big Brian, the bouncer, out there with me. They called him Kiki. Because that was part of their contract. They had to tip me out. Oh, this fried chicken place I worked at up the street here as a bartender back in the late 90s. I was there when they got their first POS system. And I wasn't even there for training day. And I came in the next day, and I'm training half the staff there how to use the damn POS system that I wasn't taught how to use. Only because I'd already been using POS systems for years. Hell, the first one was Radio Shack. Their system was like one of the first POS systems out there. And it wasn't a touchscreen. Like the one at Casey's Rock Cafe in '93 was not a touchscreen. It was a POS system, but it wasn't. They bought not always been touchscreens, and that thing was so slow. And you had to ring up the rum and the Coke separate, or the Jack and the Coke separate, two different SKU numbers or clue numbers, whatever the hell they call them. And you just remembered all the numbers for each thing, and you literally just punch it all in, and you just stand back and wait for the screen to catch up. You just watch it flashing through all the screens. And what sucked about that place, man, like a Mick Light was $2.65. They had oddball prices like that, and I bitched about that. I'm like, can we make the like $2.50? Can you make it $2.75? Why you gotta make shit $2.65 or $2.45? Why? Because I'm like, you ordered us. Where your total is gonna be? Just a minute. Let me ring it up here because I have no freaking clue. And I'd start punching in the buttons. Yeah, the girl that replaced me at the strip club with no experience. I got replaced by girls with zero experience because I was a guy. That's why I lost my job at the strip club. They had no clue. I even had a cheat sheet underneath the cash register, but they didn't know that. And when I was back to returning my cummerbund and bow tie for my $11, the girl that replaced me was asking me how to make this and that. I'm like, oh, I don't know. And I didn't tell her about the cheat sheet right underneath the register that had that, whatever that drink was on that list. Well, that's the only place I ever worked that had weird prices like that. Everything's always been intervals of 25 cents. You can add that fast in your head, but fuck, I can't add. If they order 4 or 5 beers that are an oddball price, I can't add that fast. I'm gonna have to use my brain didn't work like that. It worked in 25-cent intervals. That's how it was beaten into my head. My snow cone stand was even 25-cent intervals. Well, actually, it's 50 cents, but because each snow cone size went up 50 cents. Well, until you went from the 24 ounce up to the 30 ounce mega brain freeze size. I don't remember what we charged for that mega brain freeze size. It wasn't a big seller, but we had it. And to make it right, man, our serving window, I had to tilt it sideways or walk it out the door. I couldn't leave it standing straight up and put it out the window. There wasn't enough space. That thing was ginormous. No way I could eat one of those. But we'd sell like 1 or 2 a week. I think like $6. I don't remember what we charged for it. Yeah, I was looking at my snow cone stand last night. I don't know. She's got all the snow cone flavor signs, everything real low. I don't understand. I don't know what her thinking is there. I mean, she only have midgets coming up there ordering snow cones now and little kids. I don't know. I don't understand why she's got all the signs so low. It makes no sense. They're supposed to be at eye level. Average eye level. Even signage in bars is supposed to be, there's a certain level of signage in bars are supposed to be at if you want people to notice them. It works the same pretty much any kind of retail business. Yeah, I've never had to deal with busboys much or anywhere I've been in charge of anything. Yeah, she's a nut job. Her biggest mistake was almost excluding me from out of that snow cone stand, making it to where I couldn't do anything for my own business. That was the biggest mistake, because I'll tell you, this past month, this March, I would have been open almost the whole month. I'm telling you, I learned that 1 year early when it hit just a little into the 90s on the first weekend of March, and I had my pants down. I wasn't ready, and I'm like, I didn't think I needed to be ready in March. We never had weather that good. It was only like the 3rd season, maybe. March had never been like that in the past. So that year, and then every year after that I was involved, we were ready before March. I was busting my butt in February, getting everything ready to at least half-ass open in March. I didn't have to have every flavor on the menu, but I had to have quite a bit. We had a lot of flavors. Hell, we had 32 sugar-free flavors. No snow cone stand does that. But I found a sweetener that nobody uses up here in St. Louis, or anywhere in Missouri for that matter, because there's only one place that makes it. And I asked them if they shipped to anybody in St. Louis or the state of Missouri for that matter, and they said nope. But it didn't taste like sugar-free, but it was sugar-free. All the other sugar-free sweeteners that are, or even if you bought the ready-made, ready-to-use from Rio Syrup Company right here in St. Louis, it had a funky taste to it. You could tell it was sugar-free. Mine did not. So once I tackled that issue, we added flavors. I had 32 sugar-free flavors. Most stands have like 3. I had 32. So the diabetics loved my stand. And then I had over 100 regular flavors. I think I topped out at like 120 something at one point. She hated me for that. Well, you might do good. I don't know your market down there. See, here I knew where every snow cone stand was in my area, direct area. There were some up in North County. I didn't really care because people aren't going to drive from North County down to mine. They'll go to their local stuff up there. But I mean, I had customers that would literally pass 3 snow cone stands on the way to mine because mine were that much better. But I mean, I had a chef mentality making snow cones. We didn't make our first snow cone until 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning the night before we opened for the first time. And I wasn't even there. I had a barbecue gig I had to do the day we opened, so I couldn't get there till later in the evening. So I wasn't even there to open, but we learned real fast that we didn't know how to make snow cones right, and we fixed that. We learned different methods, and they weren't the same methods that other snow cone stands up here used. And we just, because of not knowing how, we learned how to make a better snow cone than anyone else around here. Well, if she's still doing it my way, she's a half-asser. If there's a long line, she will cut corners to make shit faster, and the quality of the product's not as good. And it really didn't save a lot of time. Like, you can actually just fill the whole snow cone all the way to the top with the snowball on the top, and you take that, because I used liquor bottles, you just tip that bottle, just go vertical with it, and you drill a hole from the tit of the nipple on that top of that snowball straight down to the bottom of the cup. And then you start swirling it around. But the bulk of it, you drill that hole. But it makes the whole damn thing collapse in on itself. I didn't like the finished look of it. I learned that from a guy in Texas, that trick. In a hurry, yeah, it kind of works. But I did them in layers, man. I put a little snow, little syrup, little snow, little syrup, little snow, little syrup, all the way up to the snowball. Because that was the complaint. People were complaining that they get to the, there'd be a quarter of a snow cone left and there was no damn syrup in it, which means a lot of the snow didn't really have much syrup in it at all because if it didn't even saturate all the way down. So yeah, my snow cones were loaded with juice. People would order, if I didn't recognize them, man, and they'd order extra juice because we charge 50 cents for that. Most snow cone stands did it that way, but I'd ask them, have you ever had a snow cone here before? They're like, no. I'm like, well, let's just try a regular one first. And if you want extra sauce on top of that, I won't even charge you for it. And almost every time they're like, oh, yeah, I didn't need the extra syrup, the extra juice, whatever. I call it extra sauce. But yeah, I was getting up there around averaging, I don't know, $8,000 to $1,000 a day. My last days of it. But in the beginning, we weren't doing that. I bought a snow cone stand that had been there for a long time, but what I didn't know was the guy I bought it from really the last 5 years really didn't have it open. It was real hit or miss. He'd open here and there, and that was about it. There was no set schedule. Nobody ever knew if he was going to be there or not, so snow cone customers moved on. And all I could remember was back in the 80s when I worked at the Banquet Center, Orlando Gardens, when I just did that catering job from. Their first big location was in that plaza. And I remember out there working the parking lot during banquets, telling people where to park with the orange flashlights. That snow cone stand's right there in the parking lot. All I remember is a big line of people all the time. As long as the weather was warm, there was, a 30 deep line constantly at that snow cone stand. That's all I was remembering. So I'm like, I can bring that back, and I did. I never see that line there anymore when I'm passing by, but I don't get up that way. Well, for a long time I didn't get up that way. Now that I'm out doing the gig stuff, yeah, I'll be up that way all the time. I will see her soon. I want to see her because I'm really curious to know if this was her I saw in the grocery store a couple days ago with a mask on, so I couldn't see her. All I could see was her eyes and her hair and her nasty body. But her eyes and hair looked just like her, and I couldn't hear her at the checkout. I was trying to hear her talk. Oh, like I said on here just recently, I didn't want to be open 7 days a week with the snow cone stand, and like a lot of restaurants are closed on Mondays. I figured I'd be closed on that day. We ended up never doing that because Mondays were so damn busy, and Fridays were just almost one of the slowest days of the week. But I couldn't. I had hiccups. I couldn't be closed on Friday. I just couldn't. I just didn't have it in me to be closed on a freaking Friday in a business like that. So we just ended up doing 7 days a week forever. I mean, that first couple seasons, man, I was dying because we didn't really have employees. I was dying for a rainy day because we'd close or just wouldn't open. After I got employees, though, I was learning I can make $400 or $500 a day paying somebody to sit up there in the rain. Now, bad storms with like tornadic activity and stuff. No, close it, get the hell out of there. I mean, if it's just a heavy downpour and it's nonstop, no sense in being open. But around here, a lot of times it's just raining off and on throughout the day and night. It's never anything steady. I mean, it can rain for 20 minutes and not rain for an hour and a half. In that 20 minutes, we still had customers coming up when it was raining. It was crazy. And I had no awning, no overhang out there. I had some umbrellas that I started to stockpile up there if customers were waiting in line. And I know no one ever stole them, but I'd go out there and give them if they're going to be there a minute. I was handing out umbrellas, and they're like the bigger golfer style umbrellas that I was accumulating. I was actually getting them from a banquet place I worked at because people left umbrellas there all the time, and I'd steal them. They never came back for their umbrellas the next day or anything. Yeah, the reason I started doing mobile snow cone stuff was because of our barbecue business. That's why I bought the canopies, all the freaking tables, all kinds of stuff where I can set up a mobile setup. I didn't have a trailer, but I made a mobile. There's a big drip pan that these ice shavers go in. I made a mobile one. You could literally set it on any table. You didn't need to drill a hole in the table for the drain hose. And I bet she still got that because my cousin borrowed it from me before he got his snow cone truck, and it's like a food truck, but it's only snow cones, and I think he said he still has it. But that thing's kind of a piece of shit. I actually used it one time. I didn't like driving it at all. I had no power. But yeah, if you've got a lot of competition down there, it might be difficult. You also you got up here. See, you're in a different climate completely. Up here, when you first start opening for the season, man, you get pretty busy pretty quick while the kids are still in school. Yet later in the season, when kids go back to school, your sales just took a 50% plunge, if not more. Your business literally drops in half when school starts back up. I never could figure that out. Because when you open in the season and you're fucking balls to the wall, man, I mean, it's crazy how busy you are while they're still in school. But then when school starts, your sales are half gone. Well, you also gotta remember that it's not technically a snow cone; it's a snowball. You gotta go New Orleans style. It's not a snow cone. Snow cones are those old chopped ice things that go in a cone that like literally will refreeze while you're trying. You can't just, yeah, they suck. You are making snow and you make a snowball. They're called snowballs. But up here, nobody knows that, so I call them snow cones. You go down in New Orleans, everybody knows what the hell a snowball is. When you're up in Slidell, ask them if they know the difference between a snow cone and a snowball. They should tell you. Everybody in New Orleans knows. That's where my shaver came from from Snow Wizard right there in New Orleans. 1W, Snow Wizard, SNO Wizard. Yeah, you'd have to look into a mobile unit most likely, and what would work best for you is a small trailer. And if you're going to do an event where there's a lot of food truck activity, you don't need a lot of flavors. And even my cousin who's still doing snow cones, the one that's out here doing DoorDash and stuff, there's over in Maplewood where they live, there's a park, they call it Rocket Slide Park. I don't know the real name of it. Most people call it Rocket Slide Park because they got a big slide that's shaped like a rocket. But there's a concession stand there. He used to have his snow cone stand right across the street in the big strip mall that's there. But he somehow got a deal with this concession stand in the park that nobody was using. They had stopped building it. The whole thing was built, but the inside was still just gravel. They never poured the concrete. So he worked out a deal with the park people. They poured the floor. Only problem is it's in a floodplain there, and there's a creek that floods it once in a while. But he's still doing that. And I totally forgot what the hell I was talking about. Wow. I went to ash my cigarette, and boom, it just went. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, the mobile event. Got to get back to that. He said I'm crazy because there's some people out there who do a lot of events doing. I mean, I did a shit ton of research on the whole snow cone world before I ever even got into it, and after I'd been doing it for years. I couldn't get enough knowledge about what I was doing to make my bread and butter. I wanted to be the best of the best in that industry. I know it inside and out. And when you're out there doing a fair or festival event is what I'm trying to say, that what you're thinking about doing could be kind of classified like that kind of an event where these people, they wouldn't make the snow cone. Well, they make the snow cone and hand it out the window, and then they'd have gallon containers with the big pump tops on them, and the customers would put their own juice into their own syrup into their snow cone. And here's what my cousin can't believe: you go through a lot less syrup that way, if you can believe that, because these people don't know how much syrup we use inside that snow cone to make it work. What you got to do is make sure they stay full, and you got to keep the area clean. You got to have, that's almost full-time job for somebody, from what I've read, because they get messy with it, because shit goes everywhere and it's sticky as hell. It's sugar, man. There's 5 pounds of sugar in every gallon of that syrup. That's a lot of sugar. But they pump it themselves. You go through less syrup, a lot less syrup, which means you save a lot of money on that. Plus, speed-wise, you're just back there pumping out cups of snow, basically. That's what my cousin named his, was Cup of Snow. I'm Snow to Go, and their cousin, or their aunt, which is my ex-wife's godmother, she made my sign for my snow cone stand. Then he started his a few months later after seeing what mine was doing, because he always ate at the restaurant that was in the plaza at the time. And they come up and hang out at snow cone stand afterwards, so they put one over where they live. And his sign looked identical to mine, except that said Cup of Snow instead of Snow to Go, because he used my format that I came up, my design that they still had in the computer out there at their aunt's sign company. Only he had to make his shorter because of the laws out there in his town, basically. Oh, well, they spill it when they're making it, but you just got to go out there and make sure it's clean all the time. But other than that, I mean, she wouldn't let me do that. I wanted to do that at some events we did, and the ex would never let me do that. And I'm like, I want to. This is what I want to do. It's going to make us more money. It's cutting our overhead down, so we can have more profits. And you know, she's really into money. She's a money guy. So you think she would want to make more money, but no, she had none. She had no way, no doing it, no going there. But if you do it, it's going to be easier on you, and you make more money. The dancing dudes? You talking about them dancing dudes that flop their arms all over the place? Yeah, I had a small one of those at one time. I wanted a real big one, but I never bought one. I was trying to find one at an auction because, you know, that's me. I'm not going to pay top dollar for one if I don't have to, because they do come up on auction every once in a while. I call them dancing dudes. Here, hang on. I'll pull a picture up real quick. They got one at the damn that Slim Chickens I go to. Or Sky Dance. I think they call them Sky Dancers. Dancing Dude's a little gambling game I used to play. It's like a little top. Yeah, Sky Dancers. That's what they call them. Because I remember I always got confused between them and Dancing Dudes. A little super size. Yeah, there we go. Talking about these. Those big dancing sock things. Yeah, I wanted to make my own. I mean, there was a fabric store right there, but they didn't have the right fabric for it. I wanted to make my own that looked like a snow cone. Yep, those are Sky Dancers. I wanted like this big giant one. That's what I wanted. The one I got was like this tall. It was like 5 foot tall. It was a little piece of shit. And it wore out like after 3 weeks. Like somebody put out in their front yard for Christmas, that kind of blower on it. Little piece of shit. I got it real cheap. I just wanted one. But I wanted the big industrial size ones, man. They're built to run for a long time. Yeah, you ever want to know anything about the snow cone world, you let me know. You'd have to give me about a day to do some research because I can't remember all the companies I use, but they're all a lot closer to you than they were to me. And I had shit shipped up here. The main company I use for most of my flavors was it's right here in St. Louis. And that's what people were used to here. You down there, you have to find out what most people are used to down there. Because I ordered blueberry and cherry from down there. Actually, those came from Snow Wizard in New Orleans. People did not like the cherry. Cherry was my #1 seller. I didn't want to mess with cherry, but I did. Because I could get it cheaper. Even though I'm having it shipped up here, I could get it cheaper from New Orleans than I could up here. But my customers right away, that first time I tried it, they're like, did you do something to the cherry? Something tastes different. I'm like, no, I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about. And then, like, the next customer that got a cherry, they same thing, and I'm like, well, that cherry's gone. I pulled it. I had the original cherry still there. I just had to try it, and 2 customers in a row complained about it, and I pulled it. And then the blueberry, my people up here used to sweet candy tasting blueberry. That doesn't really taste a whole lot like blueberry, but this shit that I got from New Orleans, man, it tastes like a blueberry. And my customers did not like it. Plus, my God, you think that stuff dyes your mouth. That stuff from New Orleans, that blueberry, I had a customer that said he shit blue. Because I used it, I didn't just throw it away. I had an old gallon of concentrate, man. So I used it in my sugar-free until it was gone. And John, this regular customer, John and his 2 girls, I can't remember his girls' names anymore. Good regular. But he was drinking the sugar-frees all the time. He wasn't a diabetic. He was just trying to, watch what he ate. But he said, man, I called it True Blue, is what I ended up naming it, because it tasted like a real blueberry, only a little sweeter, because blueberries are kind of tart. But, man, he said it made him shit blue. I was like, holy shit. Well, I got to build up some money for that, brother. But I can teach you how to make a snow cone like nobody else down there will make. Not only that, I've got the formula how to make the syrup like no one else has, because I created it. New Orleans, man, there better be some snow cone stands there. That's the snowball stands. They are snowball stands down there. That's what I made up here in New Orleans. In fact, my big sign on the back of the building says award-winning New Orleans shaved ice. And it's shaved ice, not shave ice. That's Hawaiian. There's no D on the shave. If it's a Hawaiian ice, a shave ice stand, it's just shave ice. It's different. It's a whole different machine. I can't even explain them. It's inverted. I can't. There's a like a Japanese name. I was actually gonna get one. but I couldn't get one cheap enough. They're freaking expensive. I was trying to find a used one just so I could play around with it, because they took up less space. They call the New Orleans machine the shaver, like the Snow Wizard version. There's also Southern Snow makes one like that. Eisman makes one like that. Star brand, that's they do like a lot of hot dog roller equipment and stuff like that. Or Gold Medal, I think, has one like that. And maybe it's Gold Medal I'm thinking of, but there's only one original Snow Wizard. I've had an Eisman, I've had a Snow Wizard, or I've had several Snow Wizards, and I've had a Southern Snow, but none of them work like an original Snow Wizard. Like the Eisman, the ice chute that comes out of it was too long. And my cousin had one before I did, and it gets clogged up a lot with snow. I know the proper distance that chute needs to come out so it stays clear most of the time. Because if it's clogged up, you're not making any snow cones. You got to shut the system down for a minute, clear it out. That binds up your line. But if the chute's too long, it'll clog up often. No, I'm not going anywhere right now. I can't even. Shit, I'm damn near broke, even though I just made all that money last week. Yeah, my bank account got dropped low because I've been trying to get everything and anything and everything paid that I can, except for the gas bill. Yeah, I have all my monthly bills. That all comes out of my one income. I have no help for nothing. I'd have to run. You're going to Slidell, man. I'd have to run into some family down there that I haven't seen in a whole lot of years, which would be fine. I like their family. They're down there and I'm up here. And before they were down there, they were in Huntington Beach, California. They moved when all the kids were still pretty young. When they moved down to Slidell, and I've never been down there to visit them. I think my grandma went down there a couple of times way back when she was still alive. Like long before she died, actually. She hadn't been down there in years that I know of. Oh, Gulf Shores, man. I love Gulf Shores. That's Alabama, though. And I think I can go down there and not even have any memories of going down there with the ex. Because I've only been down to Gulf Shores with her, but I love it down there. Yeah, I'm sitting down there thinking, how can I make? I could do it in the snow cone business down there. I mean, I got a lot of ways. At least I can make money that, make the bare minimum bills. I may not get rich, but at least I could survive for a little while. But to do anything like that, man, I gotta have a lot of money for the move and everything. And I can't live in both places here and down there. That commute would kill me. Too expensive, and I don't fly. I drive. I don't know. I thought about coming down to Miami and renting a car from Hertz for a couple weeks at $260 a week. That's gonna be my new fallback, man. If I want to go to another city, and I got to get a lot more followers on YouTube for the gig stuff before I do that. But literally fly to another city, rent a car from Hertz for a week for $260, and go out and do the gig life and record it, stream most of it. Oh, I went with whipping yesterday here. My problem is with your city, and just from watching stuff on TV, is neighborhoods that you know not to go to, I don't know not to go to. Kind of like up here. You probably accept a lot of deliveries that I wouldn't because you don't know where not to go. And I mean, it might be totally all right. You may make some good money off of it, but I can guarantee a lot of those areas that I say that I don't want to go to, that I don't deliver to, you're not going to get an extra tip out of them. You're lucky to get what you're getting. So never cross your fingers on Uber Eats that you're going to get an extra tip out of that area, those areas. They ain't going to give it. They don't want to give you the tip they did. Or you have a higher chance they're going to take the tip back versus giving you anything extra. Yeah, I'd have to study the areas. I wouldn't need to know street names right away, but at least the main areas. Like I could pull it up on the. See, I don't know what your area would look like compared to this area because we have so many municipalities out here. Pretty much. So when I'm out in the county now that I can get out of the city, the only thing I gotta avoid is certain parts of North County. Well, pretty much all North County, because to get to the good parts, it's too damn far to drive. So I'm never gonna deliver up there. But most of the county, West County, Mid County, South County, all good. All good. I don't have to worry about anywhere out there as long as it's close enough. Jason's probably fell. Oh, Jason is still up. Oh, that was him that said, I love Louisiana. I thought it was you, John. I just see the J. It's blue. They're both same color. I go to some hoods here, no problem. I just don't want to. But, man, if it's a good delivery, and I'll take it if the money's right. But not North City hood. I do not go to that hood. I will not go to that hood. That one time DoorDash got me there, I was pissed. I honestly wanted to, once I figured it out, I wish I could have canceled it. Taking that food back, said, I ain't going there. Get out of your mind. Yeah, now that I can get anywhere, I'm gonna have to start making a little game plan for my ride-alongs, because I'm gonna go in some different areas and see how we can do. My problem is, once you get in that area, you're not getting the deliveries there. You're getting them from somewhere else. You got to drive back out of that area. Like from too far away. Like I'll be getting orders from the city all the time when I'm out in the county instead of the other way around. Honestly, I'm done with snow cone side. I can help somebody else start one, but I don't want to be there working every day. No, I burned myself out on them. Well, mainly because of the ex. But that's what helped burn me out. I was doing it the whole time with her. She was there from day one. Actually, it was her to help get it going, because she was one that could get a signature loan for some of the startup money we needed that I couldn't get. I couldn't even borrow a nickel. But then not letting me hire really anybody for like the first 3 years, that were making me get in there. I mean, I was the one quitting my jobs to work the snow cone stand all season. That's why every off season I was getting what I called disposable jobs, just to get geared up, just to make money during the off season, so we wouldn't go broke. But I also stashed money for startup, and she didn't do that. She figured it out, I think, after I let her kind of have more control of the money there, closer to my end, because I was so busy. I was going to school full time. I was working full time. Then I had the snow cone stand. I was making most of syrup, and we sort of had employees by that time, but not a whole lot. Not like I wanted to do all the way back in the beginning. Now she has employees all the time. Now she has it set up the way I wanted to do it way back in the beginning. I guess I finally hit her. This is the right way to do it. So yeah, it burnt me out. Plus I was making all that snow cone syrup. Yeah, the snow cone syrup make production will take up a lot of time. But then again, if you're doing like a pop-up where you're not going to be there 7 days a week, with a set schedule every day, you don't need all those flavors. And it's still worth it to make your own syrup, because you save a whole lot of money. It takes, we'll say you're going to spend $9. Well, I don't know what the price of sugar is now, so I just guesstimate. You're going to pay $9 to $15 for a gallon of syrup ready to use. Just pour it in the snow. That's all you got to do. It's going to be $9 to $15, or you can spend $3 and make it yourself. On the same gallon, you get the same amount of syrup or snow cones out of it. So you may save a lot of money. You're making more money off that syrup that you make yourself. Plus, I don't know your ice suppliers down there. Nothing. You gotta research that. You can't have compressed blocks. You gotta have a ice company that makes a solid block of ice. Compressed. When they're making cubed ice, there's apparently a lot of shavings and shit left over after that, or something like that. And they take all that ice, that like ice crap, and they compress it into a mold and turn it into, and then like top it off with water, and then make a block out of it. They freeze it. It doesn't shave right. It doesn't work, and also a lot of times they're oversized and they don't fit in the ice, the shaver. You can't fit them in there. It's got to be real ice, not compressed ice. That's a big question. You got to ask your ice companies. Well, you can't do that. The person has to have their own rum. You can't do that inside the snow cone stand. I had so many customers telling me we need to get a liquor license. I'm like, it's kind of impossible since the majority of our clientele is children. They're not going to let me get a liquor license. But you can bring a bottle up with you and dump it in yourself out there after it's out of my window. That's all on you after that, but I can't do it. And also, liquor will melt that. Well, I proved it. Liquor melts the snow really fast. Like if you got a really strong drink on the rocks, you ever notice how quick it melts your ice? Imagine dumping it on snow. Yeah, well, they may be block ice people. You got to see if they got solid blocks, though. It's got to be real ice, not compressed. That's the big question, not compressed. You cannot use compressed. Even if that block fits in your ice shaver, it doesn't shave right. It doesn't make good snow cones. If you want good snow, it's got to be solid ice. And you can actually buy a block make. I mean, like my cousin said, that's the best investment he ever made was buying a block maker. That's probably who's supplying my ex-wife with snow cone ice blocks right now. Is his wife. I called it Bud Ice because his father-in-law, which is one of the reasons he's hardly ever at that house now because he can't stand him or something. I don't know. I think I always got along with the guy. His name's Bud, and he was making our ice block. He's the one I always saw making the ice blocks. So I called it Bud Ice. Kind of like the beer Bud Ice. I don't know. Damn, it's 2 o'clock. So much for getting to bed early. Oh, shit. Damn it. I left my bag out in the... Ah, shit. My melatonin and my neti pot's out in my truck. I'm going to have to put my shoes on and go back out for that. Yeah, also... Oh, yeah, I figured that out. I had the wrong jacket on for that, too. I had my really light jacket. It was too cold for me out there with that, man. I was cold. I bet it is. But I'm sure cubed ice is a big business down there, too. And it's these cube ice companies that's where they'll make these compressed blocks a lot. Instead of pouring ice or water in individual molds and freezing ice blocks, they use all that bulk scrap ice or whatever, and they convert it into compressed ice blocks. You can't use them for snow cones. Ice temperature is an issue too. Believe it or not. You want your ice blocks up, I don't know, 17 to 22 degrees or so. Otherwise, it's really rough on your ice, your blades in the machine. They'll go dull real fast, and it shaves almost too powdery. Like a lot of times, what we do, I call it priming the ice. I always have a cooler inside the snow cone stand that I keep that will house 3 or 4 blocks, but when I prime it. I actually had a timer set depending on the temperature outside. We pull the blocks out of the freezer outside and set them up on top the ice machine for a certain amount of time. That got it primed. Then I brought them in and put them in the cooler that's inside the snow cone stand. Then you had them ready to go, already primed. But when you're really busy, you either had to, if you're by yourself, you just had to be on top of shit. And you got to run out there, pull the blocks, throw them on top, run back in. You got to make sure you hit the timer, though. Because when it's 100 plus degrees in that blacktop that's there, man, it's cooking up there. That ice warms up real fast. And it always blew a lot of people's minds. I'll just say that when I'm talking about different temperatures of ice, they're like, ice is ice at 32. No. Trust me, ice temperature makes a difference on snow cones. Never knew that until I got in the business. And nobody taught me that. That's not anything I read in any book. or found on the internet, because this guy in Texas actually put out a book, How to Run a Successful Shaved Ice Business. I actually paid $20 for the book. I got some good knowledge out of it. I mean, some of it's just bullshit to his area, but dry ice snow cones. Yeah, well, yeah, it's like, it's hard to describe. Man, without doing it, not doing it and seeing it, it's hard to describe. No, you don't need no Yeti cooler, man. You just need a cheap igloo. Trust me, those ice blocks stay in that cooler for hours. Even after you warmed them up on top of the machine in outdoor temperatures, on top of the freezer outside. And that's another thing you need, is a freezer. You got to have a freezer under. Man, my first freezer I got, and it was a double door. When they came in stock, I usually got a little over 300 blocks when it's fully stocked. That one, and I was on a route. I didn't have to call and ask for ice. They would come and top my machine off until I told them to stop doing it. Because later in the season, I'd let it wind down, and I'd let it run down. I wouldn't be getting as many blocks. And also, that company provided me with the freezer. And then the old hillbillies that ran it, I think one of them died, and the other one sold the company. So the new company is like a bigger known name brand ice company or something. They wanted me to go through a credit check and all kinds of shit, because I kind of quit using them because I went with a different company, and they provided the freezer, but we were getting a bulk of our ice from my cousin because we were getting it so much cheaper, and we were getting bigger, better blocks. And apparently that was my last year with being involved with it, really. And she had pissed off that ice company, and they came and took the machine, or wouldn't deliver to it, or I don't remember what happened. But all I know is the next year, I bought a freezer, and apparently she let it break down, and they had to buy another freezer now. I don't know if you noticed, there's two of them there, and my cousin told me they used the one for dry storage now. The one I bought, I paid like $1,400 for that, and I did get reimbursed. You know, you can get go to AutoZone and buy you what are the cherry bomb? What are the glass pack? You replace your muffler on a generator with a glass pack, and it runs quieter. It's not as loud and obnoxious. I think if you go, the bigger the muffler you go with on those, it starts cutting down on the power output of the generator, though. Yeah, you have to bring your own rum because you can't provide it. It's against the law, at least up here, without a liquor license. I never tried applying for one because I didn't think I'd ever get it at a snow cone stand. But down there, you're warm year-round, so you don't, like here, you have a snow cone season. That's why there's such a surge at the beginning of the season. That's how why I don't know how one would do down there, because it's warm all year. That's why I said, man, at the beginning of the season, you're banging. Even with them kids still in school, then school season comes around, and your sales literally overnight drop in half. Like June that's the power month, man. That's your money month up here in the snow cone business. June, you'll make beginning to end of June, you'll make more money in that month than any of the other months. Even July and August, even when it's still hot, it's even hotter in July than it is in June. Even into August, it's hotter than June. But June is the money month. I saw it year after year after year. June is your money month. Yeah, I think I was involved for 13 years with it. 11 or 13, I don't remember. Because this year is going to be either the 20th or 21st season. Or 22nd, I don't remember. Yeah, and it's always good to have a backup ice shaver. You got to have more than one machine. One goes down, that's your money, man. You can't make anything without it. Backup blades, you got to have backup blades in case yours get too dull. There's a way to sharpen them. I could never figure out how to sharpen them right, so I'd always just buy new blades. I always ran with new blades in my machines. I had so many sets of blades, and that's when I was still involved. I can't even imagine now. I also had you got to adjust those blades properly when you install them, and they got a blade gauge, and it doesn't work. I couldn't figure out how to use it. I just had to trial and error. I'd get them adjusted where I thought it was right, and then I just start shaving some ice. Nope, got to readjust, which means you got to take half the unit apart to do that. And I also rigged up, and I think when I saw a picture of inside that snow cone stand recently on the Facebook page or something. I don't think my light switch is on the wall anymore, but there was a light switch to the right of the machine. That's what turned the machine on and off. You just had to turn the switch that was actually on the machine on, and then use the light switch after that. It worked better for me. I didn't like having wet hands all the time and touching things on it. The switch was literally coming right out of the electric motor on top of the machine. So I didn't like that, so I did it my way. I just rigged up a light switch. I used the light switch as the electrical switch for the motor. And it kept water away from the motor. No, I didn't see anybody else do that. That's how I did it. Oh, just figure $2,000. They got to ship it to you, man. It's not light. The last one I bought was $1,700 and something, and I can't remember what it was after shipping. But I think shipping was every bit of about $100. That's if you're buying brand new. You do some research, you'll find them used. Because me and my cousin bought 4 of them for $800 a piece from one guy. That's why we had I got a Southern Snow. He got the Eisman. I got a Snow Wizard and a Southern. He had 2 Snow Wizard machines. And a Southern Snow and an Eisman. I got the Southern Snow and one of the Snow Wizards. My cousin got one of the Snow Wizards and the Eisman. Shit. Sometimes some of the older ones they're using some composite plastic materials on some of the parts on the newer ones. The older ones didn't have it. It was all cast aluminum and shit like that. So I like even my newer one I bought, it had this flange thing on top where the ice vice crank is. It was made out of this composite plastic material. I don't know what it was, but I ordered the older style that was made out of the cast aluminum. I replaced it. You can do that. These machines kind of have interchangeable parts. You can buy replacement parts from them for like ever. But I started with the machine that it came with. Which was a Snow Wizard. It was probably like a 1984 model, something like that, if I recall. Maybe it was a 1980 model. But I shipped the whole cutter unit of it down to New Orleans and had them service it, had them whatever they had to do. Also they installed new blades in it. Just had them serve. You can do that. Have them service the whole cutter unit, and then they shipped it back. That's why we never made snow cones till like 1 o'clock in the morning or 2 or whatever the night before we opened, because I just finally that day got all the stuff back from New Orleans and got the machine put back together. I remember it sitting on my coffee table in my basement working on it. That thing was heavy, man, to carry it up and downstairs. Oh, it sucked. I mean, I remember we were putting in so many hours there right in the beginning. We didn't know where we wanted it in snow cone stand. We kept moving, repositioning it here and there. And then I went to move it one night, and it was like 1 in the morning. I don't know. I couldn't lift it. I was done. I'm like, nope, I'm done. She's like, what? I go, I can't lift the machine. And she couldn't lift it. And I'm like, I can't lift it. I'm too wiped out. I can't lift the machine. She's like, you carry that. She's like, you carry that down to the basement and back up with no problem. I'm like, oh, I can't tonight. I can't move it. Can't budge it. I'll move it tomorrow. I had no strength left. I was that weak that night. Done. So yeah, you got to figure out where you want it, and you got to kind of leave it there. In fact, I built a counter just for that, to where we finally when we finally found its permanent home, and then I put the light switch on the wall. But yeah, in the beginning, it was in multiple places inside that stand until I figured out where I wanted it, and then I built a whole containment system for what goes underneath, because you got to have a drain bucket. And I actually, the best thing to do is buy a bus tub like bus boys use. Put your drain bucket in a bus tub, because you're going to forget to empty the drain bucket at some point. It's going to overflow. And if you have a wood floor in that stand, you don't want your drain bucket overflowing and saturating the wood floor, because it's going to rot over time if you let that happen. So, bus tub. It's a big thing. And I'll be damned if she forgot to empty the bucket. It's got to be emptied every night, too, multiple times throughout the day. I saw it, the damn bus tub was overflowing. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Man, that sounds like something I'd love to do. See, to do it right, man, you simplify it, man. You have kids work that damn thing, or you got to pay them good. Just pay them good. You're going to make good money out of it. I mean, there's over 1,000% markup on a fucking snow cone. Tell you something, it was costing me 8 cents to make. I was selling for $1.50. I think that included 2 bev naps. I think it was Sam was having a hard time giving me my napkins that tax exempt and paper towels and stuff. I'm like, listen, I figured my cost of my snow cone stands with all this in there. I figured I had it broke down to like 2 napkins or paper towels if I needed, because sometimes I actually had a paper towel roller thing that you put in your kitchen, screwed to the outside of my building on the end with the end of the building with the picnic table. I just stick a roll of paper towels out there, because paper towels were cheaper than napkins. You just get cheap paper towels and stick out there. And I'd have napkins. I'd always give them a napkin or two. But the paper towels work. They didn't have to keep coming back up to the window. I mean, I always had a line, man. I had a line of people. If we're busy, we're busy. We always had a line. I didn't need more people in the line asking for a freaking napkin. Just put the paper towels out on the building. That solved a lot of problems. We didn't do that right away. Probably multiple seasons before I finally mounted the damn paper towel thing on the outside of the building. And I doubt she does that anymore. I also always had I had music playing outside. One, I think it made it a better atmosphere. I like creating an atmosphere. The music outside made a better atmosphere. Plus, if you turned it up at just the right level, it was just loud enough that you couldn't hear it inside, but the customers outside, when they were ordering, that music was playing, they could hear that, and it would make them talk louder. Because when the machine's running nonstop making snow cones, it's hard to hear the customers talking over the machine noise inside the stand. And the music outside being loud enough made the customers talk louder. And she thought I was crazy for that. And she does not have outdoor music to this day. It probably quit shortly after I was out of the picture, because I had to climb up and mount the speakers on the roof. You got about one season out of outdoor speakers. They didn't work anymore. I guess maybe if I would have brought them in the winter. Yeah, to come up with something like you're talking about, I'd have to spend some time down there just to. I'd need a lot of research, because you already know what's down there. I'd have no clue. And I like making money when I get involved with stuff like that. Like the barbecue business I had, it was fun, but it was an expensive hobby. That's what got me into snow cones, because the overhead on barbecue stuff, everything, not just the equipment, but the meat's expensive. And man, if you don't sell out, if you're stuck with a lot of shit left over, that's a big expense. Whereas snow cones, the overhead is so low. And this dirty lady that reused her cups, I always saw this big line of people every time I drove by there forever. She'd been there since I was a kid. And I always thought, that's what I need to do. I just saw dollar signs. All them people were a dollar sign. And I also didn't know she made snow cones really slow. I didn't remember her making snow cones slow, because I hadn't been to her stand in many, many years. And I also didn't know she reused cups out of the trash can. That wasn't until our second season we found that out. That's just disgusting. And she's gone, by the way. I don't even know if there's a snow cone stand there anymore. I just actually passed that plaza up on my way home from Walmart. They built some giant building called Sentinel or something. I don't know what it is. It's right in the middle of the damn parking lot. It's huge. And I have no idea. I'll know shortly if there's going to be a snow cone stand there. She said she would never sell it to anybody. She would give it to the vets. She was crazy. They called her the crazy Indian woman, but I think she was Greek or gypsy or something. I don't think she was actually an Indian. There's a lot of research I can do from right here. Down there, just going crazy on the internet. But anything like that, man, it's going to demand a lot of your time. That's why I like what I'm doing right now. That's why I'm loving this gig life, because it does kind of demand a lot of time if you really want to hit it that hard, but you don't have to hit it that hard. I mean, it just depends on your budget, where you want to be at. I mean, I can have kind of a low budget. My monthly expenses aren't all that much compared to a lot of other people out there, but I rent. I don't have a mortgage. And eventually I'm probably going to have a mortgage again sometime not too far into the future. Just 'cause I'm tired of paying rent. I don't get any of that back in equity or anything. Well, that's that competition, man. I'm always a big fan of competition because it keeps you driven. That's one of the things I liked about the snow cone business, because I did have a lot of competition. Even my own cousin, being where he was across town, I still considered him competition. Now I got those plates good, man. I can get out. I can do some more exploring to see if I can find better money in different areas outside of the city. I mean, I don't mind driving 25 minutes to get there, as long as I can stay in that area and make good money while I'm there, and then possibly get a delivery to start work deliveries to get me paid to drive back down to the city. And like I said, I want to promote. I want to get more into these YouTube channels. I also want to this gig work's going to open up those opportunities for me to go do those catch and cook videos that I want to do. And I mean, there's already people out there doing them. It's not an original idea I've had, doing this catch and cook. But I've got like those tricks up my sleeve. Like, I'm going to go catch a bunch of garbage fish. If I don't catch anything I want to cook, I'm going to act like this is my plan. I'm going to act like I'm going to cook this like freaking carp or whatever I just caught. But when we get up to my truck, I'm going to open the cooler and pull out like a Wagyu fucking strip steak, man, and I'm going to cook that instead. Like this one dude down there in Florida, man, he I don't know what kind of snakehead, maybe it was snakehead he caught. It was kind of like in a freaking drainage ditch, man. He's catching these like snakehead fish and iguana. He literally caught and cooked iguana. Those, freaking lizards you got running around all over the place down there, in this snakehead or something like that, and made a big thing about it with his friends or whatever. Showed him cleaning all the stuff, whatever. I'm not gonna show me cleaning the fish. Well, maybe I will. I haven't cleaned a fish in a long time, so I was pretty good at it at one point in time. I just got to get back into my swing of things. But yeah, they showed him catching them, then he went and cooked it all. Went through the steps of how he was cooking it and whatnot. Everybody that tried it loved everything he cooked. Even the iguana. I don't know that I'd try it. But apparently you got a surplus of frickin' iguanas down there. I don't know in your area, but wherever he is, iguana's going crazy. And I don't believe they're native to Florida. They are now. The Floridian iguana. But yeah, I like watching. In fact, I'm going to look some of those up before I go to bed tonight. I'm going to have to go outside and get the... I'm glad I didn't take my socks off yet. But I'm going to have to get the damn melatonin in my neti pot, because I want to use that neti pot tomorrow. I'm not going to... Well, I might use it tonight. Okay, so you do having a problem with them there. That's what... Yeah, I didn't know that until a few months ago when I found some videos on it. Aren't you having some like snake problems down there too? That's stowed away in shipping containers from like I don't know where. Snakes that aren't native to Florida. I almost said St. Louis. Like boa constrictor type things that's stowed away on airplanes and shit. Man, there's a business right there. Apparently you can cook them and eat them. But yeah, that's two things I want to be. Well, besides the 24/7 crypto stream, but I can't. All we can do is sit here and chit chat about whatever. I can't unless I just leave it up like it is and don't really have a commentary ever. Like that other guy that Robert always talks about that's got tons of subscribers and he's never ever on there. Maybe throw out a crypto video once in a while that I make and then you guys just watch it. It's not a live stream. Yeah, I thought it was boa constrictors, but it's pythons. I think they're the same family. They stowed away on airplanes over the years and they've multiplied big time down there. Just wait till you get the anacondas. I wouldn't doubt if you got some wild anacondas down there somewhere. Really? Well, sounds like you need to come up with one of those humanitarian traps, a way to trap them that they're attracted to, and they just go in there on their own and they're caught. The snakes or the iguanas? I think my buddy Alex, he's up in Alaska, Juneau. I think he's got a bearded dragon. His name is Yo. I thought it was so cool he named him Yo, because, you know, I'm always like, what up, Yo? And he always talked about getting a fucking radical tattoo somewhere on him. So I think it was last year he put on Facebook. He finally went and did it on his chest. He's got a tattoo, and you know what it is? It says fucking radical. He got a fucking radical tattoo. Man, they got some killer pellet guns out there. They ain't like the Daisy pump it 10 times pellet rifle. They're like spring loaded, man. They're more powerful than a 22. Okay, so they're letting iguanas go. We got right over where I'm delivering all the time. It's Wilmore Park, I think it's called, right off Jameson. I think that, well, no, it might have been Crondelet Park, which is over by my old AutoZone I worked at. I cut through there all the time. One of those two parks, back in the 80s, somebody they had to fish a gator out of there. And it was pretty big. It'd been in there for quite a while. It just took years for somebody to notice it, but somebody had let a pet alligator, a caiman, loose in that well, I don't know where they let it loose. I don't know if they let it loose in the lake or not, but that's where it lived, and that's where it grew. It was like 4 foot long. I mean, for a gator being somewhere up here 4 foot long, it's a pretty big gator. But their teeth are weird, man. They like you can't pull them out, or so, I don't know. There's something with their teeth. They're not regular. They're not like the fangs that regular snakes have. They're angled. They're like digging. You can't just pull them back. You can't pull their mouth right back off or something like that. They shred. I think they shred your flesh or something. Yeah, I think the best thing you do with a python, if it locks onto your leg, man, is just cut its head off. Whack. Decapitate that bastard. Yeah, I want nothing to do with that stuff, man. I'm good. I don't need to mess with gators. Snakes, however, I caught a lot of snakes when I was younger. I grew up with a creek behind my house. I mean, I was catching water moccasin, cottonmouth, whatever, water snakes. They're poisonous when I was shit in 2nd grade. I took a garter snake to show and tell in kindergarten. I was 4. And I took a snake to show and tell, and it got loose in class. Yeah, I think I've told that story on there probably more than once. Yeah, it was an old green toolbox my grandpa gave me. That I didn't have any tools in it. It was hand-painted green. It wasn't its original color. I do remember that. And it had like a key lock on it that there was no key to, so you couldn't lock it. But I had a fried... My mom would make fried chicken, and she always breaded and fried the damn neck. Nobody ever ate it. She always did it. I never did figure out that. I never asked her why. But I threw that fried chicken neck in that toolbox with that snake, so in case he got hungry, he could take a nibble. But yeah, I took that to class in kindergarten for show and tell, and I opened it and the snake got out, scared all the kids, and I went and caught it and put it back in the box. I was told never to bring snakes to school again. Yeah, I know about the bang sticks. I've watched a little bit of that. Some of those gator shows that's been out over the years. I never got too much into that Cajun. I don't know what it was. The Creole, Cajun, I don't know. The swamp people or something. Yeah. Didn't like it a whole lot. Tried to watch it. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. But I don't know if it was that or something. I know about the bang sticks. Yeah, but I'm good. I still know I don't want nothing to do with gators, crocodiles, alligators. I don't care. But I do want to catch some fish and cook it at my truck and film the whole thing. But like I said, I don't know if I want to do it right like these other YouTubers and actually edit the video, or if I just want to stream it live. There's, you know, fishing, man. It's not exciting. Trust me. Them bass shows I always used to watch, like Bill Dance and, you know, Hank Parker, whoever, Jimmy Houston. I can't think of any more right now. Whatever. I mean, yeah, it looked like there's just, you know, slaying them all day long, but they weren't showing all the they weren't showing you all the downtime in between good fish. I'll tell you though, if you find it's old now, but it's hard to it's like watching an old VHS tape, but you can find a lot of outtakes from Bill Dance over the years. They're funny. And there's one where a snake literally falls out of a tree right on him in the boat. He jumps out of the boat. They're hilarious. And if you ever hear me say, ain't that a howdy do, I got that from Bill Dance. I love Bill Dance. Always have. I was always a fan of his for my whole life. He's been around my whole life. Always wearing that Tennessee hat. Oh my God, I'm trying to crack my back before I get. I'm about to get off the mic, run out to my truck and get my stuff, or I'm just gonna say fuck it and not. I think that's more the plan because it could be raining out there. I don't even know. Oh. I do know fishing is in my near future here. I got to go somewhere and fish. I may take the tripod with me and go out to Beechtree Park now. Actually, where I dropped off that Hooters last night, I go out a little further, and I'm at Beechtree Park. That's why I never go to that one. That was my go-to park lake forever, was Beechtree Park, because there's a little everything in there. It's just really hard to catch them because that lake is so overfished. Those fish are used to everything. There's a lot of pressure on it all the time, and it's really hard to catch fish. Well, no, I take that back. It's really easy to catch some fish species in there, like bluegill and catfish, to me. It's real easy to catch small crappie in there. But it's hard to catch a honking big-ass bass, and they're in there. They shocked that lake one time. I don't know, I doubt it's still there. This is many, many years ago. There's a 21-pound largemouth bass in that lake that I fished and never caught anything like that. I don't know what the hell I'd do if I caught a 21-pound bass. I'd shit green Twinkies for sure. What'd you just send me? Oh, that little thing? I've seen this picture. Yeah, I'm good. I don't know. I don't need nothing to do with that. That could like eat my leg off. No way, man. I'm good. I'll stick with the 6-foot long alligator gar. Oh man. Oh, if I caught that, yeah, they shocked it. That's the only reason they know it's in there. And I don't know that it's still in there. I know I sure tried to catch. I was after it, knowing that it was in there. They said they left it in there, but I don't know that they really did. That thing, that's freaking huge. I mean, the biggest bass I ever caught's like 7-8 pounds. And that's trophy size. Yeah, my uncle had a 5 3/4 pound largemouth bass that he mounted and was always behind his bar when he was still alive. The bar that he had in his basement. Lake of Egypt over in Illinois. That's where he caught it at. I never got to go fishing on that lake. I always wanted to because my uncle caught a trophy bass. But I caught a bigger bass at where my parents live in Troy, Missouri. The Troy City Park has a lake. And I caught a bigger bass than my uncle had on his wall and behind his bar. Trying to catch some small bluegills for cut bait. I didn't even have a fishing pole. I had a spool of line. It was like 25-pound test. Then I put a hook, sinker, and a bobber on and just tossed it out about 5 foot from the bank with a worm. And I got a 7-pound freaking bass. And I kept it. I took it home on my bicycle and I filleted it. I literally cut it up and I cleaned it and I filleted it. A 7-pound bass. People like my uncle had a 5 3/4 pound bass as a trophy, and I ate a 7-pounder. In fact, I froze it and I brought it down here to St. Louis and had my grandma cook it for me and my grandpa. It was good eating. Yeah, I have no I've never had anything. I've never had anything mounted. If I ever want, I'll just go buy one somebody else caught and say I caught it. You know. Oh God, man! I thought you sent me another alligator. What the fuck is that? That's fucking wrong. Oh, it's not. It won't get out. Damn it! Oh God, it just zoomed in. Son of a bitch! Get off my phone. You sick fucker. Yeah, I'm trying to hit the back button and it zoomed in. I couldn't get it to back out of the freaking thing. Yeah, I just thought it doesn't have to be a Wagyu. I'll have to be making money off those catch and cook videos before I go and spend $100 or whatever it costs for Wagyu New York strip steak. But I can get some pretty good salmon. See me catching all like a carp and whatever crap fish, and then I go up and pull a fucking slab of salmon out of my damn cooler instead. So that's what we're going to be cooking. I'm even thinking of ways to cook it. Should I do it? It doesn't have to be the same way in every video. In fact, I recommend I'll do it a different way every video of like actually my heat source to cook it. Like over a fire, or sometimes you go to like a county park or a city park or whatever, and they've got those built-in barbecue pits that you bring your own charcoal for. You know what I'm talking about? That like been used a million times over the last 50 years or whatever. They've been there forever. Cook it on something like that. Utilize what you have, like, as a family to cook with there. Because I know I could do that at Beach Tree Park. Because there's one of the shallow end. I'd have to look. They've got them scattered out throughout there, but I know there's one real close to the water. One of them barbecue pits I'm talking about that's anchored in the ground into concrete. That you cook right up on the bank there, because most of the time people don't cook fish. They bring, hot dogs and hamburgers and stuff. I don't know. I cook there. It's a heat source. You put fire under it. I can bring a pot, put oil in it, and I can do a fish fry right there at the lake. Something. I'm just trying to think of unique ideas that I haven't seen on other people's videos when I actually finally start doing this. And I also have to figure out a way to pump people to it. And I think YouTube Shorts might get me there. That's all I got to subscribers on here so quick. Before they stop pushing me up into the... somebody had to complain. I don't know. It just stopped. The views on the shorts literally just stopped, and it might have just been timing right around the time I did that I got that copyright claim. That could be coincidence. It just makes no sense to me why out of the blue. I went from I pump up 8 or 10 shorts, and like 3 or 4 of those immediately were over 200-300 views, and some of them were busting over 1,000 views within a day or two. And into nothing. I was getting 16 views, like, on average on a video. Nothing even close to 100. I want to know why. And I can't contact anybody. I can't contact anybody at YouTube to find out. I don't even want to open this, man. After that, okay, this is better. That's more gators. Yeah, I'm good with that. I don't need to touch some gators. People tie whole chickens on a freaking hook to catch a gator. I don't want to mess with anything that's going to bite on that. Hell no. I know my hair feels better. I gave myself a buzz today. Not on the top. I don't know how long the top is. I don't know, 3 inches. I haven't been cutting it. But I think I may have to give it a trim before Monday. I may go to watch a hearing at court on Monday, and I don't think they're going to let me wear my Uber Eats hat in the courtroom. I can't really style my freaking hair right now, so I might have to give it a buzz on the top. Yeah, it's a buddy of mine's hearing. He's been in jail for like 2 years. I think June 2020 is when they locked him up. Kind of killed somebody. I'm probably not even going to go. But I know his girlfriend got a hold of my buddy wanting to fill up his side of the courtroom with, I guess, his friends. But I don't know. Everything he did's on video. It's on surveillance video. He shot a dude with his pistol. I don't know the backstory. Apparently there's some backstory with this guy he shot. And I don't think the guy had a gun. I think he was just throwing rocks at him. Oh, yeah, I realized this. Shit, by now it's supposed to be like 138,000. But yeah, he shot this guy multiple times, then went inside his like workshop or whatever, wherever he was, and he did it right up the street from me here. Then came out with a shotgun and shot the guy more to make sure that he was dead. And never called the police. This is all on surveillance. In fact, like a lot of surveillance they put out there because of the guy he shot. So I don't know how he thinks he's going to get out of it, but he's been in jail for like going on almost 2 years now. They couldn't do a hearing because of the COVID shit. And I don't know the... Oh, is it this? Oh, I don't know what time it is, but I know it's this Monday. I knew he had a court date coming up in March because I found it on CaseNet a while back. 4 or 5 months ago, I think I found it. I've been kind of trying to find out what's going on with it. But I don't go. He owns a bar. I used to hang out at it a lot. I haven't been down there much lately, but my buddy still has ties with it. And he, before he turned himself in, he went and, like, I guess signed everything to do with the bar over to his girlfriend. If you have a felony, you can't even have your name on a liquor license, nothing. Technically, you're not supposed to own a bar. And he didn't want that screwed up, so he signed everything over to his girlfriend to make sure the bar was taken care of. And she's been running it the whole time he's been locked up. She even hooked up with Facebook. I guess she pays him because I keep seeing ads for the place pop up when I'm on Facebook. I'm not going to use his name or the bar's name or the location of it while I'm live on the air, though. I don't even know the name of the victim. I knew it a couple of years ago. I don't know it anymore. Shit, I never ate. I guess I'm not gonna. I know me. I'll probably end up eating something before I go to bed. I think I'm gonna make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Actually, I'm in the mood for donuts. Yeah, I saw the crypto pic. Yeah, I'm out here, man. I'm gonna go to bed. I wanted to go to bed by midnight. Damn it. Damn that car. Well, actually, I got to look up something on Costco before I go to bed. I'm going to see if I can find the price of their... I want to find the price of their battery. See if I can find the price of a car battery and see if it didn't just go up. I know, man, within a month ago, I was in there and I looked up. I went and looked for my battery. And it was $99. So I'm hoping it's still that price, and I'll return that battery to Walmart tomorrow. We are at 3,751 public watch hours now. Boom, boom, boom. We broke the... we were just at 3696 earlier tonight, which was a big jump from earlier, like a day ago. So we were smashing. I'm thinking the ride-alongs are helping a bit too. That's why I won't delete any of those. I won't delete any of the ride-alongs until after I'm monetized, and I'm probably going to go back there and get rid of a bunch there for anybody to see forever and ever. But yep, I'm going to bed, man. We'll see ya. Maybe. What's going on is my screen is buffering. Are you buffering on your end? It's a circle going around and around. I don't know I don't have a screen. I just got a circle. I'm going to refresh. Okay, I got mine back. My chat's not there. Okay. It was just on my end. All good. Oh, I never checked. Has these tickers moved at all? Okay, I got to do something before I leave. These tickers are not moving. Oh, hold on. I forgot. I can't refresh Webull. It disappears when I do that. Literally, the whole browser closes. So now we just lost our... I just lost the tickers. I got to fix this real quick. Yeah, we're over 43. Yeah, I got new tickers. Give me a second. I got to redo the whole thing. Yeah. That one's gone. I got to... God damn it. Oh, there it is. Why they change stuff? Why they got to move buttons on me, Jonathan? Okay, I gotta name it. I gotta find it. Okay. Now let me flip back to what you're seeing. Okay, they're back. Now these tickers are actually working because Bitcoin is over 43. I have no idea what's going on, why they're getting stuck. Well, sometimes it logs out. The Weeble will log me out, and I have to log it back in. That's usually, earlier that's what happened. This time, though, they just weren't working. I hit refresh, and I always forget. You can't refresh them. When you refresh it, it closes the whole freaking tab. Or not, it's not a tab, it's an actual, it's a separate browser. It's its own browser. But nope, that's fixed. I'm out here. I'm watching it. Yeah, it's good. Everything green except ETC. I need ETC up at like $77 so I can sell that $30 worth I bought back that day before I went to see the Dropkick Murphys and Rancid show. God, I should have sold them. I should have sold them right before I left. I could have made like $2. Nah, I wouldn't even have been that. I don't remember. No, maybe it was like $2. I don't know. It was supposed to be a quick swing. But yep, I think I got everything. Make some money. Jason's still here. Oh, I didn't even realize that was you that said that comment after Jonathan. Alright, I'm out of here, guys. Nighty night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Micah's going off. Deuces, chicas.
Lose your fucking mind. Lose your fucking mind.
What is the only cryptocurrency that you should invest?
Dogecoin!
It's the people's currency, you know it's the best. The most fun and ironic.
I'm feeling time slowly slip away, but we gotta get out of here. Stuck in the rut where our waves away. Let's say the word and we're in the clear. If life is like an hourglass and I don't wanna waste a single second, cause I know that I'll regret it. I'm itching for a second chance to be free again. And we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives without a worry. All the problems will be in the past, and we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives until we're buried. The bottom of the hourglass. the sounds coming from my brain. I'm just counting up the seconds, babe. We never get a second chance, so I just wanna take a chance. Cause I can't wait another second. Sunken eyes and shaking hands, need to be free again. And we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives without a worry. All the problems will be in the past, and we can break our glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives until we're buried.
Hello, it's an ear game. You should tell me what ear I'm talking in. On the left. On the right. On the left. On the right. So where am I right now? I am everywhere.
Clown around and I shut it down. 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 Shut it down. Shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. 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 Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. 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 Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down.
We trust that time is linear, that it proceeds eternally and uniformly into infinity. A distinction
what you need. Feel my legs, your hope is turned. Without your clothes, I deserve. We're body and lies together at best. Come take my hand, forget the past. Baby, don't come, this is reality. Every choice that I make, I want you there with me. My only life, my one salvation. Now for my rest in your safe heaven. My only life, my one salvation. Now for my rest in your safe heaven. Wanna wake up, wanna wake up, wanna wake up.
Lose your fucking mind. Lose your fucking mind.
I'm feeling time slowly slip away, but we gotta get out of here. Stuck in the rut where our waits away. Let's say the word and we're in the clear. If life is like an hourglass and I don't wanna waste a single second, 'cause I know that I'll regret it. I'm itching for a second chance to be free again. And we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives without a worry. All the problems only in the past, and we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives until we're buried without a multi-hourglass. with the sounds coming from my brain. I'm just counting up the seconds, babe. We never get a second chance, so I just wanna take a chance. Cause I can't wait another second. Sunken eyes and shaking hands, need to be free again. And we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives without a worry. All our problems will be in the past, and we can break our glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives until we're buried.
Hello. It's an ear game. You should tell me what ear I'm talking in. On the left. On the right. On the left. On the right. So where am I right now? I am everywhere.
clown around and I shut it down. 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 Shut it down. Shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. 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 Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. And I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. 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 Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down.
We trust that time is linear, that it proceeds eternally and uniformly into infinity. The distinction between the past, present, and future is nothing but illusion. Yesterday
side. They look at us and see broken hearts. Feeling the confidence of reality. Every choice that I make, I want you there with me. My only life, I want salvation. I find my rest in your safe heaven. My only life, I want salvation. I find my rest in your safe heaven. And it's so started, I was on my own. Now you're with me, it's like I'm home. Now I am free, nothing to fear. I found myself when you drew near. Feel my land, your hope is burned. Without your clothes, my heart is hurt. We're body and light together at last. Come take my hand, forget the past. Feeling the confidence of reality. Every choice that I make, I want you there with me. My only life, I want salvation. I find my rest in your safe heaven. My only life, I want salvation. I find my rest in your safe heaven. We can come back, though the time is gone. I'm running to escape from your left. Don't lie, 'cause I know your heart. Don't try looking for someone to forget. 'Cause I gave you my whole life, and instead you give me nothing. And you leave me here lonely. I will never leave this life far behind and let me go. I'm caught in your whisper. There's nothing that I could do to want to escape from you. I'm caught in your whispers. There's nothing that I could do to want to escape from you. Wanna wake up, 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 wanna wake up.
What the hell is that?
Lose your fucking mind. Lose your fucking mind.
I'm feeling time slowly slip away, but we gotta get out of here. Stuck in the rut where our waves away. Let's say the word and we're in the clear. If life is like an hourglass and I don't wanna waste a single second, cause I know that I'll regret it. I'm itching for a second chance to be free again. And we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives without a worry. All the problems only in the past, and we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives until we're buried. Bottom of the hourglass. It's like the sounds coming from my brain. I'm just counting up the seconds, babe. We never get a second chance, so I just wanna take a chance. Cause I can't wait another second. Talking eyes and shaking hands, need to be free again. And we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives without a worry. All the problems will be in the past, and we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives until we're buried.
Hello, it's an ear game. You should tell me what ear I'm talking in. On the left. On the right. On the left. On the right. So where am I right now? I am everywhere.
Around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. 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 Clown around and I shut it down. Around and I shut it down. And I shut it down, clown around and I shut it down, clown around and I shut it down, shut it down, shut it down, clown around and I shut it down, clown around and I shut it down, clown around and I shut it down, shut it down, shut it down, 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 clown around and I shut it down. Around and I shut it down. clown around and I shut it down.
We trust that time is linear, that it proceeds eternally and uniformly into infinity. A distinction
get the best. Baby, don't go, this is reality. Every choice that I make, I want you there with me. My only love, my one salvation, not for my rest in your safe heaven. My only love, my one salvation, not for my rest in your safe heaven. We can come back, but the time is gone. I'm round into escape from your left. Don't lie, 'cause I know your heart. Don't try looking for someone to forget. 'Cause I gave you my whole life, and instead you gave me nothing. And you left me here lonely. I will never leave this life far behind and let me go. escape from you. I'm caught in your whispers. There's nothing that I could do to want to escape from you. Wanna wake up, 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 wanna wake up.
What the hell is this?
and time slowly slip away. But we gotta get out of here. Stuck in the rut where our waves away. But say the word and we're in the clear. Life is like an hourglass and I don't wanna waste a single second, cause I know that I'll regret it. I'm itching for a second chance to be free again. And we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives without a worry. All our problems will be in the past, and we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives until we're buried. Bottom of the hourglass. Sounds coming from my brain. I'm just counting up the seconds fast. We never get a second chance, so I just wanna take a chance, cause I can't wait another second. Sunken eyes and shaking hands, need to be free again. And we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives without a worry. All our problems will be in the past, and we can break the glass, and we can take time back, and we'll live our lives until we're buried.
Hello, it's an ear game. You should tell me what ear I'm talking in. On the left. On the right. On the left. On the right. So where am I right now? I am everywhere.
Around and I shut it down.
Enter a flute.
Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. 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 Clown around and I shut it down. Around and I shut it down. And I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. 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 Clown around and I shut it down. And I shut it down. Clown around and I shut it down.
We trust that time is linear, that it proceeds eternally and uniformly into infinity. A distinction
confess of reality. Every choice that I make, I want you there with me. My only life, I want salvation. I find my rest in your safe heaven. My only life, I want salvation. I find my rest in your safe heaven. Get the best. Baby, I'm confess of reality. Every choice that I make, I want you there with me. My only life, I want salvation. I find my rest in your safe heaven. My only life, I want salvation. I find my rest in your safe heaven. I'm caught in your whisper.